My mic came right out of its stand. What's up, everybody? Let's see. Who's already in here? Who's making a ruckus? Appreciative alliteration applause. Thank you very much. What's up, Brittany? Welcome to the live. Good to have you. Good to have you. It's a hard life in the critter salt mines. That's what I've heard, man. Seems tough for you guys. Tough for us guys now, I guess. What's up, Mr. Dad Deadly Brittany? How you doing? What a face to come in on. Look, I always try to make my face as good as I can. And I will say, this is probably, I think, going to be the last experience in this angle and in this room in general. I think we're bouncing to the other room sometime between now and book club. So that's exciting. What up, Mustang? My cat and I are joining from our blanket burrito. Very nice. Alexandra, it has been played before, but I am not, I would not say that I am music is a common thing for me. Trying to get better at it, because I know it can be a very distinct part of content in a stream. But this song in particular, even though I really like it, always gets the YouTube video claimed. And YouTube's always like, hey, you don't even have ads anyways, so it doesn't matter, right? And I'm like, well, I guess not, but it still hurts. Oh. What up, Cabium? How you doing? Song is giving Atla vibes. I get that. I just started the live action Atla. I will say, I haven't even finished the first episode yet, and I'm already about to start. I haven't finished the first episode yet. Not loving it so far. The effects are cool. Like, I think it is like shot and portrayed much better than the movie. But so far, the writing, the dialogue, the order in which they're like portraying the story, they moved a lot of like reveals really early. Like a lot of like things that you don't learn for several episodes, they moved them all to like the first episode of the pilot. Which I don't know that I love. But I have said, if my problem is them moving reveals up, eventually they're gonna run out of reveals to move up. So I might as well give it a few more episodes and see what I think. Everything I hear about Latla is making me just simply want to rewatch Atla instead. I get that. I have heard the reason that I'm sticking it out especially is people that I know really liked Atla saying that Latla they didn't like it quite as much as the original, but that it brought several like unique tones and flavors to it that made it kind of its own product, which I thought sounded cool. I haven't watched yet. Better than season 1 Wikipedia recap that was the movie. Exactly. First ep is 3 out of 10, but it gets better. Ep 2 is my fave. Oh, well then there you go. That's like the first episode. I was like, this is not hooking me at all. But I like Atla enough. And again, my main problem is like the way that they're introducing things. And at a certain point, they'll stop introducing things anymore. So, so then we'll see how it goes. Am I being serious in not figuring out what Latla is? Atla is Avatar: The Last Airbender. And Latla, I had never heard that phrase before, but I am assuming it stands for Live Avatar: The Last Airbender, because they just did a remake, or they just put out a remake, season 1 of it, on Netflix, that's a live action Avatar: Last Airbender. Opla! I've heard it's mixed but gets better as it goes on. Hell yeah. All right. First, we're going to jump in because I have like 3 comment responses that I had quite a bit to say on. And I'm going to try a slightly new format, not hugely new format for comment response, although I haven't done really that many comment responses. So if you want to see the full comment, you can go and look at the video, but I have them all right here. I'll say, who they're by, give a summary, and then I have some notes for myself, but I'm not going to read it like a script because I'm terrible at reading scripts. But Signsipsap brought up a good sort of system under which you could use kind of insight against persuasion, which is something that we talked about last session, which is that it's not necessarily like a win or lose thing. Like, there's not like that binary thing, but it is more like building a level of trust. So they sort of like said like, okay, if the insight check succeeds, then the person who is being persuaded sees through kind of maybe the emotions and is just like working with their absolute best judgment, which means they might still agree, but just be a little bit more rational about it. So it was basically like, how invested are they going to be? Like, if you make it a persuasion versus insight, how wholly are they going to agree? Right? Like, maybe they're going to give a certain level of agreement no matter what. Like, maybe just the argument is good and they are just going to be on the same side. But the insight versus persuasion is to see, like, how many questions do they ask? How much do they drag their feet? Etc. Now, I will say, I don't fully love it because it takes the... one of the things that I think is both a strength and a weakness of the DC system and the skill check system of having this, like, very, like, binary result. Like, I think that can be good for improv and for keeping things comprehensible, is to have, like, distinct, like, this is a failure, this is a success. And there is a layer deeper of that within Raw, which is, like, degrees of success, where you set multiple different kinds of DCs. But this, it gets into a very weird and vague area with this contested role on, like, what the contest even represents, that I think, while it makes sense, like, when you think about it, I think objectively and, like, outside of any given situation, I think that it would be hard to sort of grasp for your players, in a way that I think DC is very easy to grasp. I think that's one of its big strengths, is it's just like, there's a number, did I beat it or not? Like, that's a very, like, direct thing for a player, of like, there's a failure, there's a success. And this kind of takes that and really goes to the side of it, in a way that I don't know. But I don't know that I have a better proposed solution for a contest, but that is why, like, if I'm using something that doesn't have, like, a hard grounding in Raw of, like, this persuasion versus insight, I try to think about, like, what is the advantage of using this over something like a DC? Like, does it make more sense? Is it more interesting? And I don't think that the interesting outweighs the sense here, but I thought it was a very interesting idea. Something else that AKL brought up was talking about the like, this one has been brewing. Or actually, wait, I'll read the chat to see if anyone had any comments. I almost just blazed right on past that discussion. What's up? Your reaction during that scene was iconic. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, the Scanlan scene was awesome. I really, like, ultimately, I really liked the Scanlan scene a lot. I had a few small quibbles, but overall it was awesome. I don't think that Kaylee succeeded against Scanlan. I think that Matt wasn't going to stop no matter what. Just that a Nat 1 fitted the storyline so well. And that's a tough one, Albie. If like, and that's one of the risks that you run when having people roll, is that you give them a sense that there is a success state. And if they roll like over 30, it's like, that, like, what is the success? I mean, if they roll over 30 and they don't succeed, then, or they don't, like, get, like, some sort of better outcome than they could have gotten, then you're straying outside of Raw, and it starts getting weird and muddy of, like, oh, was it a 35 DC? Like, you know. But the Nat 1 did, I mean, really fit it really well. The classic, the dice tell a story. The Nat 1 fit it really, really well. This is what we've been waiting for when you kept asking for something serious from Scanlan. It really was. And, you know, I said during it, I think it was like 70% Matt, 30% Scanlan. Like, I don't think we get that sort of serious side of Scanlan without Matt intervention. I think that Sam did an amazing job of meeting Matt for that, of seeing Matt put that in front of him and not running away. Because, like, if you had asked me, if you had asked me to place a bet on it, I would have been worried that Sam just, like, kind of runs Scanlan away from that situation, or makes it more of a joke, or, you know, does something other than what he did, which I think he did incredible. So big props to Sam in that sense, but even bigger props to Matt for giving Sam something that that not only allowed him to be serious, but it felt like it fit with the entire joking nature of his past. Like, I think that was the thing that really stood out to me about that, is that it didn't pretend like Scanlan had been a super serious character before this. In fact, it sort of hinged on the fact of what Scanlan was before that moment, and used that aspect to make it serious, which I thought was awesome. I mean, it's one of the most clever things I've seen from Matt. Like, I honestly, I don't think it had the same, you know, emotional impact as the Sun Tree, but I do think that it represents a similar level of skill. Like, I think that the Sun Tree had so many things going for it, especially given the horrific nature of it, and that it was the entire party rather than one person. But I think that both of those moments have demonstrated a level of skill on Matt's part to really shape a scene to provide an emotional impact to his players. I really loved it. Yeah. We're also still viewing this in hindsight, informed by future developments. I mean, very, very true. Yeah. I enjoy the perspective of a mostly unspoiled first timer. Yeah. Which, I mean, I think is part of it. You know, I just there was someone who just left a comment on one of the early videos about how, you know, a lot of what I say without the full context, which is totally true. And, like, I understand how, you know, they were sort of frustrated at some of the things that I had said without, like, really knowing, you know, future developments and future events, which is fair. Like, I said, like, in episode 1 or 2, I was very much talking about, like, like, why won't Laura just, like, leave Trinket behind? Like, can't the Beastmaster just get a new one? Which is absolutely ridiculous in hindsight. Like, knowing the Laura Trinket relationship, obviously she can't do that. That's ludicrous. But, you know, I had no idea at the time. So I think the no context part of it is cool. But I can very much understand how some people might not see it that way. We let our DM roll our insight checks for us behind the screen to prevent us inadvertently metagaming against the numbers. It's so funny, Gnome. I had multiple people, solid chatters that are probably still around, that were really not down with when I said that I roll my players' death saves behind the screen. There was many people who were like, oh, it's like taking agency away from them, etc., etc. And I personally, I don't have a huge, like, stake in it on, like, what gets rolled in front of or behind the screen. And I said with the death saves, like, I roll it because it's easier, but, like, the only thing I actually care about, and that I actually think, like, makes death saves a lot more interesting, is that they are hidden from the not downed players. I think that makes it super interesting. And I think that there's a similar layer there, Gnome, of the insight checks, of for something like that, for insight, for death saves, where the results that the DM narrates might not be, like, very... Like, if you roll an athletics check, it's super clear within the consequences of the narrative whether you succeeded or failed, right? If it's, I want to leap that chasm, you do or you don't. But with insight, it's complicated because just based on what the DM gives you, you might not know if you succeeded or failed. Same thing with death saves. Same thing with several checks, where, like, the direct narrative consequence might not be totally clear on success or failure. And so I think for those types of checks, that hiding it can be interesting because it can solidify you within the narrative, right? It doesn't give you any meta context or meta information about what any particular, like, narrative thing means, right? If I tell you what you get from the insight, I do think it is more interesting to just play off of that rather than necessarily know if that's a success or failure. And it can make it easier. Like, I think that there are players that won't struggle at all to ignore the meta information, but then there are some players where, like, it's hard to ignore that meta info. It's difficult. So I get it. Why people would want those hidden. I'm itching to talk about how they're placing crumbs for this in the adaptation, but alas, that must wait. Yeah. I think something that doesn't get praised enough about Matt is that he knows how to make his players shine. Yeah, I mean, again, something that I wouldn't have expected out of Sam to, like, interact with that seriously and honestly. Like, Matt had confidence in him that putting him in a situation that, like, I, just as a fan, as an audience member, would not have put Sam in. I think it does show a level of knowledge and thought about his players that Matt really does have. Considering Sam's willingness to play into it, I wonder if Sam hoped to have Scanlan become more serious and tried to up until then, and Matt used this to give him a big IC push? Potentially. I haven't seen him try all that much up until now, but I do think that there's a layer of sometimes you have to know when a player might want something but not actively seek it out or not like actively play into it, which is very possible with Sam Riegel. Of like maybe he did eventually want to do something serious but felt uncomfortable starting that road, and Matt pushed him onto it. I think that's very possible. A Scandad scene was a great example of Matt's ability to use certain parts of his players' characters, but also the player's willingness to meet him on it and assist in making the story richer. Yeah, exactly. You can make a role as a player and hide it from everyone other than the GM, including yourself. Oh, that's sick, Alexandra. Yeah, that's really cool. I think that's really, really cool. Used it a few times, blind GM role. Yeah, that's neat. What's up, Dap? Yes, it is. Oh, wait, today's already the 29th. That would mean you're in, like, a different time zone. It's still the 28th for me, but very possible with a lot of my audience time zones, yeah. Insight and every check, for that matter, are not a success fail checks for me. It's hard. Like, I think that there is like a layer of willingness because, like, right, even if we don't talk about specifically success or failure, right? Like, even if we're not talking about it with that kind of binary, the entire concept of DC is binary. Now, you can have degrees of success or failure. That is like a optional kind of thing in the DMG, but you are still just looking at progressive binaries, right? And I think especially if you're improving these DCs, more often than not, you're not going to have many different layers with different layers of success and failure. So even if it's not a binary, it is a stepped gradient, right? It is there are distinct cutoffs. So with that, since it is again that kind of stepped tiered system, you have to think about how to represent going over that line, right? There's no raw system for like how close to the number were you. So it's hard to have like a true like nice long spectrum. And even if you did, you would still have at least, only 20 steps, of difference. So even if they're not distinct success and fail, they are two distinct things that should be distinctly different, I think, is what I would say. Don't tell me I don't see nothing. Tell me something I do see, however minor or obvious. Same with perception, investigation, and knowledge rolls. Sure, yeah. I mean, I think that's fine. I think it's hard sometimes, if there literally is nothing to see, to come up with that as a DM. I certainly try to. Like, I certainly try to narrate something that is at least, like, flowery and descriptive. But sometimes there's literally nothing to see. So I think that is a level of, like, DM skill and comfort and can depend on the day and how tired the DM is. There's a book called Kith and Kin made by Sierra that I actually really enjoyed. It's about Vex Vax pre-Vox Machina. Ooh, yeah, that is cool. We use blind GM rolls for all checks that you would have no idea whether you failed or succeeded, such as insight or rolling stealth. That way you don't know if you failed or not. Yeah, that's super cool. I think that's very cool. I got told by a few comments that is taking away player agency. I don't know that that's what that word means. But yeah, I mean, I think that blind GM rolls are very cool. I use them sparingly, but it's also, I'm a pretty low roll table in the first place. Matt did hidden rolls for Percy in the Briarwood arc. Matt just rolled instead of telling Taliesin to do it. Yeah, exactly. I saw a really cool DM screen with a dice tower that has two entry points, one that goes onto the table, one behind the screen. Oh, that is sick. That's very, very cool, yeah. Kith and Kin is especially great as an audiobook because Laura and Liam voice themselves. Oh, that is cool. That's very neat. Anyways, so AKL talked about, this has been brewing, for Scanlan. As part of it, Sam, and two people actually, AKL and someone else mentioned that in the original introductions, Sam narrates that deep down, Scanlan yearns for one thing he's never known, the true love of a gnome. And, talked about how it's, like, plausible that Sam has kept that in the back of his mind, and that Matt used that to kind of ease us into it, which I thought was a very good point. But AKL also said something that I think I failed to say well during the episode, which is that unlike reality, fiction should make sense. So I was I was struggling to elaborate on like why things shouldn't come out of nowhere in CR, even though a lot of times things come out of nowhere in real life. And it is that, yeah, like fiction should be something we can kind of grab onto. It should really make sense. And I will say that that is an advantage that at-home players really have. It's like at CR, or in CR, you don't want to do too much like above the table talk because you don't want the other actors to know a bunch of information that the audience doesn't know. And above the table talk, I don't really think works very well for an actual play. I think that the audience would prefer for things to come out within the narrative rather than above table talk. So in this situation where you have like, you know, maybe within the fictional layer of it, maybe you want it to come out of nowhere. But as an at-home player, you have the advantage of being able to more freely do above-table talk of, you know, kind of letting the other players know, like, oh, like kind of like hinting at it to them of like, oh, I don't know, maybe blah, blah, blah. Or like, maybe this, he's been thinking about this. I don't know. Which can kind of prepare them for the ultimate drop in a way that makes a bit more sense that CR is going to have a much harder time doing. So I thought that was a very cool point. And the last thing is Farrowin asked, why would you drink beer if you don't like it? I really don't understand alcohol culture. Which is a very fair question, and I don't think I presented it super well. I want to highlight, if you don't like something like drinking beer, you should not do it. Like, the reason that I have done it in the past is because I am from like a rural adjacent family, and there is very strong drinking. Like, a lot of my family are like hunting, fishing types, and beer drinking culture is a very big thing, and I didn't want to be the guy that didn't like beer. I will say, I've gotten more comfortable with that part of myself. So, I've only drinking like 7 beers in the past like 5 or 7 years. And like those I just like sipped on. But yeah, I guess the general answer is like to fit in, but that's not a good thing. You should just, I know it's an easy thing to say of like, just be comfortable with yourself. But yeah, now I'm more comfortable with myself and my like alcoholic preferences. So I don't do that as much anymore. And I will say things like Malort shots, where everyone agrees that it's disgusting. It's like drinking something gross together. There's like a bonding ritual to it. I don't think that's the case for beer. I think most people like that drink beer really like beer. No one that drinks Malort likes it, and you can't convince me otherwise. But there's like a bonding, there's like a connection thing to doing something gross together. I'm usually not into audiobooks, but now that sounds so much better than just reading. Oh hell yeah! I with the Liam and Laura, I don't disagree. I think they've actually reduced the amount of above the table talk over time. They used to do extensive planning over text before big battles, and at some point they stopped doing that. Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a more interesting like media product if all of that is on screen. And I think they probably were originally doing it off screen because it can take a lot of time and it can sometimes be boring. But then I think if you reference things that you talked about off table, that leaves the audience confused. So I think they probably ultimately decided we'd rather have them bored than confused, which I would agree with. And then we'll work on how to make those planning sessions not boring. Which is, I'm sure, probably the direction that they went in. As a Wisconsinite, I understand. I don't like the taste of booze or being drunk, nor the hangover, so no booze for me. Hey, fair enough. I used to drink a lot more, and I still drink a fair amount, but I have become less tolerant of the hangovers. So yeah, it's almost worse if you're a rarely drinker rather than a total non-drinker. It means having to justify the choice every damn time. I have seen that. My family are all big drinkers. Both sides, all sides. Paige's family, not huge drinkers. Not really like a thing that they engage in often. And so, yeah, her like wanting to just like naturally drinking less at like events and stuff, she definitely has gone through that like pressure of having to justify why she's not drinking as much as the people around her. It's tough. It's very, very tough. Alcohol is especially tricky because even people who might not think they're pressuring people will absolutely do that. Yeah, totally. I don't drink for the simple fact that I've not yet found any alcohol that I like the taste of. Maybe some ciders, but meh. Same goes for coffee. I fucking hate coffee. And it's so funny that you bring up the example or like the similarity because people shame me for not liking coffee constantly. I got told, God, who was it? It was either my older cousin or maybe my father-in-law or my mother-in-law. I don't remember who. But someone told me like, oh yeah, I used to not like coffee and then I grew up and I, got over that and I learned to like it. And I was like, man, that was so accidentally insulting. Of just saying like, you're just young. You're just too young to get it. And it's like, no, coffee's just gross. I've tried so much coffee. And like, people have been like, oh, maybe you like want like the frou-frou drinks. And I have the frou-frou. And I'm like, man, this drink would be really good if it didn't have all this coffee ruining it. But yeah, I that's why I like primarily, I drink wine because I like the taste. And if I drink not wine nowadays, I drink some sort of mixed drink that I like the taste of. Like I like margaritas, hate Bloody Marys. Would never drink a Bloody Mary, ever, because it tastes fucking nasty. So yeah, I think you should. And I also, like I said last time, I have two very good friends that are sober, and not because they like had a problem. They've just always been sober since ever. And they both like tried alcohol and just don't like it. So I'm very, I guess, used to that within my group and my friends. I think the main reason I noticed the small amounts of growth from Scanlan was due to hindsight and seeing Sam grow as a player. I could not agree more, Fanlayer, on the growth as a player. I've definitely observed him growing as a player significantly. Even though, and I kind of mentioned it last stream, I haven't really seen Scanlan, I think, grow that much up until this point. But I have seen Sam grow, which has been very cool. I can see how without hindsight, it doesn't feel as good of a build-up. Very possible. Very, very, very possible. They might, you see how long the road was after the fact, but you don't feel it as you're going. Sam's journey also seems like a template for a lot of DMs handling first-time players. Sometimes their PCs are unserious, but then months or years into the campaign, you both finally find that hook. Very fair, John Elliott. That is a good point that I think is a very interesting look at a lot of these players. Of like a lot of these players haven't really played a lot of TTRPGs for the first time. I think this is this campaign is Sam's first. And watching them over campaigns 1, 2, and 3, you're seeing them become very experienced players. And that is a very cool thing to have like documented and out there in the world, is like how experience can change your like proficiency at the game in a way that few other things can. I don't drink in excess, not because of me, because my brother, who really struggled with alcohol and still does. Yeah. I mean, that's a very, very, very fair thing. I know many people like that. It's very fair. Like watching that happen to someone else can be very tough. 6 coffee makers in use. Yeah. Yeah, it's like loving coffee is some kind of mark of being an adult, serious go-getter person. I can only do coffee if it doesn't taste like coffee anymore, and it's preferably tea. I have super taster syndrome, so all nasty. I've been told I'm a super taster, but super tasters, and you know, it's like, yeah, it's supposed to not like coffee, not like alcohol. Look, I like some alcohols, but yeah, fucking coffee, disgusting. And I've only done like the little like whatever you like dye your tongue. I've only done that kind of test, which I don't think was very scientific. What up, Lark? How you doing? Welcome to live. Very, very nice. And the shame I get when they order coffee and I get tea, hot cocoa is awful. Turned away from it all like a blind man. Sat on a fence, but it don't work. Bum 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 bada bum bum. I think that's the reference you're making. Oh, wait, I didn't read the next one. Yeah, bum 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 bada bum bum. I was told I would like the taste of alcohol when I grew up too. I'm 30 and still don't like it. Love coffee. Hey, different strokes. Different strokes for different folks. I think the shift into Anglo cultures from extreme boozing to tea drinking coffee houses was a good thing, but also capitalism, productivity cult, yada yada. Yeah. I'm Scottish. I should be exiled. yeah. I feel that. We will knight against coffee. Prefer weed. Drinking is fine. LCD is fun? LSD? Weed just makes me sleepy. So I don't do it often.
I saw this meme, and I don't remember exactly what it is. Classic page thing where I try and retell a joke that I only like a quarter remember. But it very much pertains to this, and it said something about how we've been glorifying espresso martinis, but Four Locos are seen as disgusting, is like a mark of like, I don't know, like upholding the rich and like tearing down the poor or something. I thought it was really funny.
Look, Four Locos are a heart attack in a can. But I'm not going to stand here and say I haven't drinking one. I've drinking many in my time. Oh, my God. But yeah, weed just makes me sleepy. Try med, great. Ruined my mouth for 4 days. Damn, Robin, you have experience. I have drinking a lot and done weed a couple of times, and it just made me sleepy bears. So I don't do it anymore. Well, also, I got a clearance, and in that it's still like federally illegal, so I stopped doing it because of that as well. What's up, everybody? Coffee addiction's some bullshit middle class needle that continues for centuries. Lol. A social drinker, but also unsocial, therefore I never drink. I feel that. That is classism, pure and simple. Oh my gosh. All right. I think that is enough of that. Let's get into the recap, which I didn't write down. But I mean, the recap is simple and joyful and pure. Big snaps to Matt for what I've already said. I think that that scene was a very skillful display from Matt in many ways. In the actual in their execution of it, in the planning, in the action, in reading his player and knowing when to reveal it and how, I think it was really, really good from Matt, and ups to Sam for going along with it, because again, you asked me fucking 5 episodes ago, and I would be skeptical if you gave me the over-under on it. Hedging my bets, I probably would have said he makes a joke out of it or he acts weird, but he handled it really well. I was really, really impressed with Sam Riegel. So I don't have a complicated takeaway. It's a good fucking scene. Obviously, crazy secondhand embarrassment. But that's good. Good climactic scenes should make you feel some sort of way. So I just love that scene. I have nothing but good things to say about it. Well, I guess not nothing. I had, my little nitpick. But I think that, contested checks in general are probably just a stylistic difference from Matt that I'm probably more critical on than the general DM would be. Oh man, have you seen the live action Avatar show? It is so disappointing. We were just talking about that, Albie. Go and watch the beginning of the stream, cause we actually talked exactly about that. Randomly enough, I've seen like the first episode, which I thought was but I'm gonna watch the rest. I'm gonna watch the rest because I'm almost done with work, and I'll have more time. It's gonna be exciting. So hyped for the rest of the episode. Let's watch it. Let's do it. Let's turn off our stupid other music. Blech, patooey. And let's get critical rolling. I can't be the first one to have made that joke. Critical rolling has to be an existing joke at this point. Let's see. Oh, I will say something that I said the other day. I was talking to a friend, and I recently become like quasi-obsessed with one song at a time, where I just like play it on loop over and over and over. And last month, it was the song, the Making My Way Downtown, Walking Fast. I don't remember what put it on my radar, but I was just listening to it over and over, and I was singing it out loud to a friend who has seen Critical Role, and he was like, "Oh, did you get there?" And I was like, "Get where?" And he was like, "What? Nowhere, right?" So that I don't know when it happens, but I know that somehow, some way, Making My Way Downtown is eventually going to become some sort of meme. But like, I don't fucking blame him. How would he have known that such a specific song and reference would just randomly make its way into my lexicon? Oh my god. Just got home just in time? True. We're almost there. Is the fact that Aang is an actual 11-year-old boy and the rest of the crew is fucking young adults? I don't disagree with that, Dop. He is a child who is meant to act much, much older so far. And I'm not loving it so far, but we'll see. The critical role it consumes. Bingo is gonna become unhinged. Oh no, must resist the urge.
Die tonight.
Yeah, don't do it.
You do this. It's a drinking game.
Wait,
No,
wait,
we'll get into it.
The entire show is gone. It's
Balls.
been spoiled.
Welcome back, everyone. So before we get back into this crazy little Maury Povich show episode, we have a chat room winner for our giveaway, which is awesome. Congratulations to the R3VVN45TY. You are our winner for this evening's chat room giveaway. Congratulations. Awesome art and a cool package of games and stuff. It'll be really awesome. So congrats. All right. So jumping back in.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. The morning comes around.
Wait, Daniel never heard it, so nope. Critical rolling? Oh boy, oh boy. If that is not an existing thing, I'm gonna make it one. Don't you worry. The balls from Travis. It's a whole thing. Nice.
Consciousness comes to all of you. You.
In the night, I had gone to find Jared,
Oh right, Jared. Sorry.
just to tell him to keep an eye on the rooms and everything. Because, I'm sure they're all great people, but I know they have some shady practices, so I just want to make sure
My
that
daughter you're
they're...
talking about, by the way. We don't know that.
I'm happy to take care of this for you. He loads his crossbow and kind of plops himself down at the edge of the hall where he has a view of every single door to the south end of the keep, and he's like, just perched and ready. All right, you guys come to consciousness the next morning. More hungover than others, depending on the individual.
Gross.
Come down. Breakfast has already been prepared and kind of waiting. Poor Lena's been trying to keep it warm for you, and part of it's already been eaten by your guests, who half of them fell asleep in the actual dining room. Nevertheless, all of you come down. Scanlan, you eventually come out.
That's a good question, Little Hill. How does he do it count if I was never trying to do it in the first place? Is that, I don't know. I think that's a question that you all have to answer in your heart of hearts. If I never had any intent, does it even count? I may not have adjusted to the usual yet. It's 1.5. Yeah, so we're at normal. Or we're not at normal, but we're at normal for the stream.
Of your confused reverie, not a lot of good sleep throughout the evening, and Kaylee never.
Which is hilarious because to me, this is just what they sound like. This is just this is just how Matt Mercer sounds. Is this? Whenever I slow down to normal, they all sound kind of drunk. Which was especially funny during the Kaylee Scanlan interaction of Kaylee sounding like very serious and slow and controlled, and Sam kind of be like, well, I don't know. Which I'm sure he sounded totally normal, actually, but my mind totally interpreted it as him, like, nearly slurring his words because of how used I am to the sped up speed.
Came back throughout the night.
Is Dr. Dranzel around?
Yeah, as you head down to the main dining area, Dranzel's there, and he's a little hungover himself and enjoying the remnants of his meal. Poor Lena is not designed to produce breakfast for over 11 people in the morning.
Old friend, a quick word.
Yes, good morning, Scanlan.
Morning, well, morning to you as well. Did you know?
About?
Did you know about the girl?
What did she do? I'm sorry.
All right.
What does she do? And you see, like, he looks a little worried now. He's, like, checking his pockets.
Does he seem? Can I insight check
Yeah,
him? Does he seem genuine? Oh boy. Three.
Wow.
Seems pretty genuine.
Okay.
Yeah, he's hard to read beyond just, like,
Always been.
hungover and mildly confused. And you spend a lot of time with him, so, like, you know his demeanor pretty well.
Okay.
But yeah, he seems genuinely, like,
If she's done anything wrong, let me know.
No,
She's
no.
part of my troop. I take responsibility for it.
No, she's a fine player and a fine, upstanding person, and you should take special interest in her. She's a good one. Just please, if she continues on with your troop, take good care of her. All right.
Of course. As long as she keeps bringing in the change and doesn't piss me off,
She
I
may.
think we're good.
All right. All right.
takes his hat and kind of puts it on, finishes breakfast.
Can I check around, just look around the keep and make sure, like, I mean, in the general area and see if anything's missing?
So paranoid.
I'm seriously, I do not trust these people.
Where's our 5,000?
No, where's our 5,000? Did it get delivered?
It never got delivered.
Oh shit.
I mean, who are you asking?
I'm asking the guard at the front if anybody came from the keep, from Uriel.
Okay. Cordell and Shayna are just now changing over into the next morning staff. As they're getting their stuff together, the morning staff would be Kendrick
Natibe?
and Natiba, yes. Yeah, you.
Wow.
I wrote them down. It's not a big. Pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Yeah.
But yeah, so as they're changing over, you walk up to them and ask them, and Shayna goes, yeah, no, we had a messenger come by and drop something off for you guys.
Where is it?
Well, we gave it to Irvin and he brought it inside, but you guys weren't home.
What did it look like?
Just a small wooden thing, right?
Where did Irvin put it?
Cordell's like,
Yeah, it was like a small.
Where did you put it? Where did you put it?
Irvin took it in.
Where's Irvin?
they both look at each other. Look, our shift's over.
Just tell me where the fuck Irvin is.
Probably inside the keep. I don't watch your little old man servant. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to watch the front of the gate.
I go inside to find Irvin.
Okay, Irvin, who is, dressed up in his proper servant attire now that he has to entertain guests,
Dude, we were joking earlier last episode about Vex being kind of a Karen. And, like, look, at the Cloud Top District gate, I felt like I was a little bit more on her side. But it's like, what? Assumingly, they've gotten shipments of gold before. I don't know why she's so concerned about this one.
His hair is kind of slicked back and it's kind of a scoop of a balding male dome.
Sam looks so serious. Yeah, I did get the fear of. Well, okay, let's think through this, right? If you're Scanlan and you've been assuming, like, okay, I think it's it's a pretty easy assumption that Kaylee's mom was not the first, right? Definitely not the only. Which, if you're a gallivanting adventurer, just rolling around the countryside, and you never have to deal with the consequences of any of that, easy not to think about it. But a consequence has come up and stabbed you in the chest, and now it's like, uh-oh. If this happened once, how many other times did this happen? Like, how many other Kaylees do I need to watch out for? Every you know, fucking gnome in their mid to late, like 20s to 40s do I need to be looking at with a bit more of a critical eye, let's say? This sort of recontextualizes your whole present and future, depending on how prolific your career has been up to this point, which we assume Scanlan's has been pretty prolific. So yeah, I think he's on nerves. He's a little serious now. Because of a certain troop. Scanlan is 69-year-olds, by the way. It's canon. I mean, hey, and I'm sure he started early. I am sure. Dev thinks Scan is prolific. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, dude. I have strong positive feelings about Vex's character and what this green means, but yeah, girl is intense at the moment. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Which is, like, look, I don't even mind it. It's just funny when, like, her greed comes to the surface. It's like, whew, I too is Bailey's default state. I mean, true. Can you imagine having Vox Machina as your bosses, going for weeks without having to do anything, and then they return and act like this? Act like fucking psychopaths? I mean, that's basically cybersecurity right there. That is cybersecurity and some branches of IT in a nutshell, dude. I really like that Vex, and that includes her flaws. Oh yeah, I think Vex is a cool character. I will be very interested to see Legend of Vox Machina, where I'm sure that like all of their characters' flaws are a bit more cohesive, you know? Because just as a player, it's hard to like really consistently play your character, play all of their flaws, play all of their interests, not only because it's hard from like an acting perspective, but it's also hard to do everything your character would do, because sometimes that would mean stepping on other players when they're having their moment, or stepping on other characters, you know, or just like taking up more of the air in the room. So sometimes, like, as a player, you step back because it's, you know, polite to the other people you're playing a game with, even if it's not necessarily what your character would do. So I am really interested to see that out of Legend of Vox Machina, because, you know, that has a script and a storyboard where they're, like, balancing all of that exactly, and they're always remembering their flaws and their interests and their character traits. I like Vex a lot, but I do feel like sometimes I see more of her than others in like maybe like ways that don't make exact sense when like I'm looking at the fiction of it. But when I'm looking at like the meta table of like this being a fucking 7-player game, it makes perfect sense to me why I see her or don't see her as often as I do, you know? Like not even the cast knew that until the campaign. And oh yeah, seeing Mega's guests for ages, dude. I don't know. Yeah, Matt, this is 9 episodes in a row you've dumped a kid on me. We get the point. Look, now that he's opened up this can of worms, any gnome is under suspicion. Any gnome that looks even relatively young is under suspicion. I really wish Vex was an arcane trickster instead of a ranger. It would have been fire. Yeah, I mean, that's the tough part. I mean, that's a tough part about having this many players. You know, I've talked a lot about the downsides of having this many players at your table. And I have talked about some of the upsides as well. But what you just hit on is it's a tough downside of if someone calls a class first, because as I'm aware of it, Laura did also want to play a rogue, but Liam called it first, and, you know, originally this was a birthday present for Liam. So there is that layer of, like, you have 7 people, like, it's harder maybe to play exactly what you want. You could make the argument that you could have multiple of the same type of class. I know tons of tables that do that. But I don't think I'm wrong in assuming that most people want to play a class, like a main class that's different than their peers at the table, unless you're going for a very specific thing. I think that's a pretty common sentiment. So that is a small downside of having this many players, is kind of overlapping classes. A few more sessions and you'll be okay for season 1. I'll have to think about how I'm going to do it. I'll have to think about it because, it's paywalled content. I've heard that maybe there's a Twitch way to do it. And I know that people do, like timer type content where, I like play it off screen and you have to like sync up the timer. But then that makes it difficult for pausing, and I don't know. I'm a little concerned about that format. I'm wondering if there's something more creative I could do that would still, respect the paywall nature of the content, but would be a better viewing experience. Because the timer, it just seems shitty. Not like shitty as in like immoral, but like shitty as it, or like, unethical, but it's just a shitty experience. So I'm putting a lot of thought into if there is an alternate way to go about that, especially in the live format. Yeah, putting a lot of thought into that. The known swindlers. I mean, Chat Noir makes a good point. You know what? I rescind any doubt I had in Vex about the, because you're right. There are known swindlers that have been staying at their keep for like a day before they even got there. Or at least, during the daytime. The entire episode 1 of Legends is Vex and Trinket rolling in gold. Fuck yeah, dude. Then guess C2 based on literally nothing. Oh my god. Wait. I have guessed C2, and I think I've even guessed some of C3 characters. But it is based on almost literally nothing. I always liked Vex, but she wasn't one of my favorites for a while, but later in the campaign she really grew on me. She's one of my favorites in VM now. Nice. I am not Scanlan's bastard. If Scout Rogue was out, that would have been perfect for Vex. I agree. Scout Rogue is just a cool subclass. Rogue has a lot of cool subclasses, which I think, I actually don't love the design overall of base Rogue, but I think that they have so many dope subclasses that it makes up for it. Pike, oh, okay, we're good. I thought the dogs were doing something bad. Pike finds out the gnome she thought was her father. Oh no. I think not picking the same class also often has to do with not wanting to step on other players' role, so to speak. Well, especially for something like Rogue. Very direct role. Like, you can have 2 sorcerers, and that kind of feels like having a sorcerer and a wizard. Or you can have, a cleric and a wizard, and, they're both full casters, but that doesn't feel too different from having, like, 2 different wizards that just, like, focus on different spells. But having 2 rogues, you would have to coordinate, like, okay, I'm taking expertise in this, you're taking expertise in that. Otherwise, you'd really be stepping on each other's toes. Twitch has watch party, but everyone watching must have Prime. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see.
Yes, Vex,
Wait, what happened with... I don't know what happened with that. I guess their ages? You know what? Maybe I'll guess it based on the initial introduction. Maybe just even on the voice or I don't know if I can best it. I'm just pulling numbers out of thin air then. You can always watch it as members only live, then put it up edited. That is, I've thought about that, Daniel, of, watching it on Watch Party and then, edited VOD. Watching it, in like a Discord, or I think Netflix has like a watch together feature as well. But obviously, it's not on Netflix. That seems like, and you're right, it's a little bit more work, but it's not that much more work. I feel like there should be a better way. I feel it in my bones, in my jellies, but I haven't been able to land it. It is essentially I need a way. Just let me install a botnet. Allow me to install a little program on your computer where anytime I push the spacebar, you push the spacebar. Just let me write a little applet. Don't worry about its file size. Don't go poking around. And then, no timer needed. I can pause everyone's at the same time. That's not, what's wrong with that? I think that sounds like a perfect solution, personally. But, I don't know, I'll think of an alternate one, besides that. Arriving fashionably late, fuck yeah. Seems legit to me. Inviting us to his place, exactly. Obscure the visuals, potentially some obscured visuals could work. Not saying you couldn't reinvent the wheel, but I'd be wary of spending too much time and energy on it. I mean, that's fair. It is a well-defined problem. But, I mean, you guys will, and I think that this is honestly one of the things that separates a good programmer from a not good programmer, is the absolute hubris to think that you can reinvent the wheel. I feel like that is the majority of what I learned in my programming degree, is you have to look at a problem that does not seem like it could even remotely benefit from code and figure out how to entirely solve it with code. So I and I'm not saying that I'll solve this with code or a web app or whatever. What I am saying is that I have that level of hubris. I have that level of blind confidence to think that I can find the solution that every other reaction channel has missed. So I do have to hold myself back sometimes. You know, I do have to say to myself, hey, fucking don't spend so much energy on this stupid problem. Just take the easy way out. But I do have that level of weird blind confidence. We just have to sign into our bank. Exactly. Programming is the ability to find something on Stack Overflow. Precisely. It's the way to take everyone else's work and apply it to something that doesn't need it and be very proud afterward. That is programming in a nutshell. If you're gonna reinvent the wheel, just don't make it round. Ooh, you make a good point. I'll keep that in mind. A pretty penny until you get sued, yeah. Inside versus outside view, or the reason anyone ever tries to start a restaurant or a startup. I mean, also true. Rational people, let alone those of us with depressive realism, never would. I mean, I'm fucking here trying to make it as a streamer in a in maybe one of the most competitive times to ever do it, and I think that I can for some reason. So, you know, some of us are just born with an insane little brain worm. I don't know. Hey, you guys okay? You guys all right? Just make sure the new wheel is not triangular, is creating solutions in looking for problems. Exactly.
May I be of service, please?
Wonderful today.
Box.
Where to go, box? The box that came last night?
Oh, yes. No, there was a delivery.
Yes.
There was I was looking for you all, but no one was home. So, I asked around if anyone had seen you, and your guest said that she would.
An age guess for each of the... I mean... I'll do an age guess for each of the characters if it's actually interesting. Like, I think I could do an age guess for each of the Vox Machina characters at this point. But I mean, I have to see at least something from them. You know, like, I would need to, like, see, like, a scene that they're in and then do an age guess. So I could see myself doing something like that. I think that's what she means. Yeah, I could do something like that. Yeah. I'm down. I'm down. I mean, I already made like a class and race guess. So once I see if I was right on all of those, then I'll do an age guess. That'll work. That'll work. Yeah.
To be coming, and they would hold it for you until you arrive.
Our guests did.
Yes.
Our guests did. I go storming into the breakfast area. Okay. Dr. Dre!
Dra.
Dr. Dra! Hey!
He stood up and just put his hat on and turned.
Yes. You had the best night's sleep here, I bet.
It was
So comfortable. Lots of wine. That box, give it to me now.
Oh, yes, we were making sure that it...
Oh, guessing the age of Vox Machina characters. Oh! I mean, I think I've already guessed a lot of them. I think at least. Or I've just talked to him about it. I mean, I would guess that the twins are in their early 30s. And then I would guess that Grog is like, I'd go like 25 for Grog. I'd guess 57 for Pike, because I think gnomes are generally longer lived, if I'm remembering correctly. Keyleth, it's tough because I never remember what race Keyleth is. I think she is also a half-elf, if I remember right. I think Keyleth is a little older, though. I'm guessing she's on a half-elf. I think she's going to be like 40. Percival, I'm thinking 22. I'm thinking a clean 22. And then I think it has been established to me that Scanlan is actually the oldest out of all of them, but I don't know by how much. I'm guessing Scanlan's like fucking 70 to 80. That's my guess. Grog is just a frat dude? Exactly. CR is also not super consistent with adjusting for racial lifespans while roleplaying. Oh, gotcha. Pretty consistently describe NPCs in terms of human age range groups. Well, I do not retract any of my statements. Not 69 to 80. That's how my brain goes. I forgot. What about Gilmore? I'm thinking Gilmore is like 48. I'm thinking that this is like that Gilmore and Vax is like a Hollywood relationship that we would all kind of squint at, but we'd be like, well, there are worse people doing worse things, so I guess we'll go talk about them instead. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting out of that. Modern Family, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So those are my guesses. Boop.
It wasn't pilfered by any untrustworthy types. Of course.
Kind of you.
We'd be more than happy to help. You being such fine host to us, it's the least we could do.
It's more my beloved.
He kind of leans over to Kent and you can read lips.
I can read lips.
So Kent leans over and he says, Kent, you better go get the box. Right, okay.
All right, Vex valid.
Runs up to the guest room that they were staying, comes back down carrying the small chest.
How old is Trinket? I don't even know how old bears live. I think Trinket's a young little guy. I think he's like 3. I think Trinket is a sweet little cherub.
Thank you so much. I open it up and count it.
Okay. It'll take a little while. It's a lot of coin. You get, for about the next 30-ish minutes or so, you're counting through, and you're starting to get towards the bottom of it. You've gotten to about roughly the 3.5, 4,000 gold section. Before Kent comes up to you behind and takes a small satchel and empties it into the chest as well. And goes, and that as well. Sorry. Yeah, keeping it separate, so in case
we got robbed.
Right, you wouldn't lose everything.
That's so kind of you.
Thinking ahead.
What nice friends you have, Scanlan.
Well, you know,
giving.
they're cool.
How was last night, huh? Pretty wild. Thank God the walls were made of stone.
Have we all come downstairs or all sitting around?
You've all eventually come downstairs.
We're all having breakfast.
Let's just say I struck out, all right?
You? Struck out?
It's fine.
Maybe I should have a go at her then.
No. She doesn't like Archon. She's
What is Archon supposed to
Yeah, what does that mean?
she's off limits.
Oh.
Right? I saw her
You can't
first.
call dibs.
Wait.
That's just not how it works.
Are you in love?
Yes, you could say so.
Holy shit.
Did you hear that, Pike?
Oh.
I don't think she did.
You know what?
Scanlan said he's in love.
With someone else.
Somebody
He didn't say
else.
that. He didn't say that.
Actually, he's in love.
Said
Can
he's
I
in love.
insight check him?
You can, yeah.
Because it was awfully quiet in your room, Scanlan.
It's normally so loud.
It's normally so loud. Okay.
Heard him.
Insight check. 18.
Were you being honest?
See, and this is the sort of thing where, like, when I talk about positive metagaming, right? This is exactly the sort of shit I'm talking about, right? When I talk, I'm not super strict on metagaming at my tables. This is my favorite kind of, again, metagaming. Of, like, yeah, maybe Travis would have brought up something similar to this. This is good metagaming, exactly. It is using your meta knowledge to make an even more interesting plotline and scene. Sitcom metagaming, exactly. Because, like, maybe you wouldn't normally take up, spatial real estate with this sort of thing. After every single one of Scanlan's conquests, you're not going to rib him about it. But obviously, you know how this one went. So it's a perfect example of, like, when to use your meta knowledge in a fun and interesting way, rather than something that, like, gives you an advantage, right? Ash was looking so happy there on the screen, not a care in the world. Yeah, she was just chilling, man. She was just happy to be involved, dude. She's like, I am across the country. I do not know what's going on, but I'm happy to be here. Started watching after Super Geek Mike's, and I'm currently watching the 5th episode. Hell yeah! Thank you very much, Nick. I mean, I think a lot of people are here from Super Geek Mike. He's the best. Last time I started complimenting him, I summoned him like the warlock patron he is. So I don't know if his ears are burning right now, and he's gonna come into chat to say that this isn't good for his ego, but he's awesome. He's the best. Welcome. I'm very glad to have you. It's a great term for it, Dop. Yeah, sitcom metagaming. I like it.
I think maybe.
Yeah. No, Scanlan seemed pretty honest, if guarded.
Okay.
At this point, Dr. Grenzel is like,
Speaking of which, where is Kaylee? Haven't seen her all morning.
I don't know. She ran off last night, but we should find her.
Oh, you scared another one away?
You can say that.
I kind of liked her.
Your breath is disgusting. Disgusting. Get a root. Do something with it. It's disgusting.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No.
Actually, what happened?
That's fine.
Yeah, last
Ask
night?
Pike.
Pike, what
Fine.
happened?
Oh, it's fine. We just had so much fun and we did shots of fire or something.
Water, fire, water.
Dog's idea.
Heavy on the fire.
Grog.
What?
We had a good time.
You had a very good time.
You were very passionate. You were like, I
Until you
need
did.
fire, water. I said, okay.
No, that sounds like something I do.
And then we plan to investigate a house and possibly pilfer.
Yes.
Right. Wait, we did what?
Yes, we're gonna go do that today.
We're going to investigate a house.
We're gonna no, what was the second word you said?
Possibly.
Yeah, possibly.
The third word you said?
Investigate.
That one?
Yes.
Well, what?
It's a bad guy's house. It'll be fine.
Yes.
Whose house?
So you remember when we went
don't
to
know.
General Krieg's house?
We'll explain on the way.
Wait! Don't worry about it, Q-Days. We'll talk about it on the way.
Yeah, it's okay. We're gonna make sure the city's safe from the house. It's empty. We're just gonna make sure it stays empty and safe.
Last time we were there, things attacked us, so we
Yeah.
have to double check.
Yeah, the dragon that we provoked.
Yeah, but
So,
we-
you know.
Mysterious things have been happening, though.
People have been disappearing. What do you all want in the house?
Well, no, we just want to make, yeah.
What do you all want in the house?
We don't know.
Flying blue
We don't know
sand.
what's in the house. It's a mysterious thing to be happening in this town.
Yeah, just an investigation.
We're going to check it out. We won't do anything untoward.
This sounds like
easy.
nothing we would ever agree to.
What?
Ever. We would never just agree to investigate a house with nothing.
Well, somebody said that they were afraid like bad things were coming out of it.
So we're not going to go into a house with bad things coming out of it. We don't know what these bad things are. What did we agree to, Percy? Percy, what did we agree to? Percy, tell me.
We agreed to take a look inside this house, and if there was anything valuable, we would liberate it.
And while you guys do that, we'll wait here and eagerly keep an eye
No.
out for Kaylee. And
You won't.
Yes.
Yeah, no moral dilemma square. It's it's so I'm trying to think if any of my past characters would have had a problem with this. I don't even know, is robbing an abandoned house, is that illegal? I mean, I guess someone owns it, right? So there's probably some crime involved in, like, the modern day. But, you know, back in fucking medieval times, Who cares if there's no one living in it? That shit's just waiting to get haunted. Look, I agree. I think we just liberate that shit. Liberate it. Such a selfless, heroic individuals. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. He's just some couch uncle that came for a beer. Now he's in a crime scene. I agree, Top. Well, it's not legal. Well, they already killed the owner. That's also true. Man. It's only a crime if someone presses charges. Right. And, like, number one, who's gonna know? Who's gonna know? Right? You just, like, fucking... Who's gonna know? You just cast Pass Without a Trace on everyone, bust in, and then even if someone looks through the windows and sees members of the council inside of a former council member's house, they probably just assume that they have every right to be there. In fact, if we're being honest, they might be able to just, like, go to someone on the council and be like, hey, can we go and cleanse Krieg's house? They could probably double dip this quest and get paid by the city as, like, exterminator types. I don't think the city would have any problem with it. I think they could totally get paid by government and private interest right now. And you know what? It just really shows that they're not playing the game. This is one of Vex's flaws. She's not getting money from everywhere she can, dude. But the new owner is just missing. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But we don't know. That's all from Dr. Dranzel. It's like, you know, I think as members of the council, they could probably ask some questions. They could probably look into it. You know, go to the local county office and just make a FOIA request. Yeah, I mean, what are they going to say? No? Are they going to say no to Vox Machina? Heroes of the multiverse, pretty much, at this point? I don't know. Nothing wrong with a little B&E. It's just a small B&E, dude. It's just a little B&E. Man. What a relief things no longer work this way. Next thing you know, you'll be defending squatters' rights. I honestly have no fucking clue how squatters' rights works. And I don't want to know. That sounds like legal bullshit for someone else to handle. I know nothing about the law. I don't know if you could tell at any point. Like when Bilbo came back from adventure and they were selling his stuff. Precisely, Robin. If you've been gone for that long, you're probably dead. All that shit's just sitting there. Other people could make use of it. Via members of the council. TBH, they can kill 1,000+ commoners in 12 rounds or something. Who's gonna harm them? That's what I'm schmaying, dude. That's what I'm saying, Top. Which just goes to support my whole fucking magic item cartel thing. The person that could harm them, really, is Gilmore. If Gilmore and Allura fucking tag teamed, they could probably take down Vox Machina with the evidence that we have seen of their abilities. So, you know, they've got like 2 people that could really fuck with them. They have Dimension Door. They can E without the B. Also true. B, they could, but what's the fun in that? To me, sounds like fighting for the rights of people who do squats for workouts. And you're right, Alexandra. And there's absolutely, it doesn't mean anything else. You got it. You're right. And that's what I want it to mean from now on.
Oh, that is it.
Yes, please do. And keep a good eye out for her.
Sure.
And if you have a gig tonight, do you have a gig tonight anywhere?
Not this evening, no.
All right. You can use our place as a base of operations. But please try not to steal anything else.
I wouldn't dream of it, Scanlan.
Well, you would dream of it. You would absolutely dream of it. Just don't do it.
Got tips inside a little.
Wait, now we're gonna...
Understood.
Maybe we could pay Jarrett a little overtime.
I fully intend.
And as you turn and look over at the door, Jarrett's there with his crossbow still kind of to the side, just kind of looking in. Looking sober.
Thank you.
All right, let's go check out this house.
Yeah, let's go.
No.
You want to stay and take a look after these people?
Maybe.
Okay.
Well, no need to be coy, Stinky.
I'm not gonna go stealing from some house
We're not stealing, we're investigating.
when you guys aren't even giving me all the information.
You'd
Maybe
have
if
it.
somebody wasn't so drunk last night, they would have had the information.
That's very fair.
Well, maybe if I
Here it comes.
didn't have
Yep.
friends who
Keep
were
going.
such douchebags.
Oh,
Wow.
She is the worst drunk.
And we leave.
I didn't even get to see the sunrise.
I'll make sure you see a sunrise. Now, come on, we need you with us anyway.
No,
To keep us honest.
Percy. Pike! Pike!
Well, I think we should just go.
Yes!
Because, you know, how about we just go? You could just wait outside just in case something happens.
Vex.
I don't want to see anything either.
We should
I'm
take
not
a
going
look.
to steal anything.
You've got.
At this point, Zed, the kind of rather rotund drummer, is finished eating his breakfast. He's got bits of egg kind of in his beard. He kind of spins around and goes,
Oh, you're more than welcome to stay here with us.
Yes, she is, because it's our house.
All right. So when I was talking about, good girl Pike versus Chaos Gremlin Pike, right? And I was like, I haven't actually seen that much evidence of Chaos Gremlin Pike. I would point to this as another example of, to me, this feels like Chaos Gremlin Ashley. This feels like Ashley is on a laptop. She can probably only hear 2 out of every 3 words. And she's just like, I don't really know what we're talking about. I don't really understand the intricacies of this conversation. So, let's stop talking about it. That's what this feels like to me, which does result in Chaos Gremlin Pike, but I don't feel like this is actually Pike, and maybe when she finally joins the cast for real, I will be able to see a little bit more of it from her. But right now, I just feel like this is Ashley, the Chaos Gremlin. Their laughter supports your analysis. I mean, Pike Clank Trickfoot. Pike -10 to stealth, yeah. You can get Ashley out of the studio chaos. You can't get the chaos out of Ashley even when she's away from the studio. That's what I'm saying, dude. None of Ashley's characters have ever been chaotic in any way. Yeah, I feel very much like they knew that Ashley was saying, let's go, not Pike. And I'm not saying that I will not learn to know and love Pike. But right now, I just think Ashley's cool. I don't really think of Pike as much of anything. It's just, is Ashley at the table and everyone loves Ashley and I love Ashley.
Right.
The faster we do this, the faster they leave, so at the very least.
I don't even know what we're doing.
Yeah, we're going to the
Fine,
house.
explain it on
We're
the way.
going. I'll walk out.
Rugby.
Who else is coming?
I'm coming.
Trinket follows before I do.
Okay.
Trinket's coming.
Trinket is a bear.
Yes, a wise bear.
Keep it seriously.
Wise.
I don't want to see anything.
They've heard
I'm going to
rumors.
find out why these... They can't hear me, I'm whispering to her.
I think we're already on our way, aren't we?
We're walking. I want to find out why they want to get into the house. That's all.
Look at it this way.
Something shady's going on.
The last time we were there, something looked at us through things on the wall, right?
we
Said
haven't
where we
been
were,
back since.
and we fled. We have no idea what we left behind. We left in a hurry.
And the new owners also left in a hurry.
Okay, let's go.
We're keeping things safe.
No, we should stay. We shouldn't go to that. Yeah, let's fucking go.
We're keeping things safe. Fox Machina, woo, let's go!
All right.
Stop being the good one.
So,
I don't like them.
We taking the bear or leaving the bear?
It's tough being
go.
a good one.
Just a simple.
That's my whole fighting fucking thing, is I have a fucking bear. That's the whole point of the class that I took. I keep the bear.
What kind of class?
With
They're
me.
going to night school.
Yeah, classes, writing, creative writing.
Emo and community college.
Yeah. I'm learning things every day.
Everyone says words. I don't know what all these words mean. What's a douchebag?
We can remember how to get back to that house, right?
yeah.
Just skate over that one.
You guys make your way towards the top district. You left the gates and you find your way across the central kind of residential area to the far northeast side of the district. This is further away from the palace, within viewing distance from Alora's Tower, which still stands over the entirety of the district, like this looming monolith, currently empty and cold as she's over in Whitestone for this investigation. However, you do come across the familiar site of General Krieg's homestead, the one that you infiltrated a little over a year ago. It looks like it's a little dilapidated, but it's strangely enough, for a person who's purchased this estate, there wasn't much attempt to try and beautify it, or the ivy has just kind of overgrown the bottom of it. There is still the iron gate around it. It is currently closed, and there are no guards posted around it. It just looks kind of empty and vacant and dark in the windows. It's about noon.
One glorious day, we will watch Grog's one-shot. I'll tell you. I'm going to keep Monday, Wednesday, Friday trucking on the main series. But now that we're going to have more flexibility, I'm going to be looking at, the Bone Zone content that we have that, has already been, told to me and submitted to me. I'm going to catalog a lot more of it. And we might just get the occasional Vox Machina Bone Zone content. One of the reasons that I really want to, I told you guys that I'm going to standardize the thumbnails. So Critical Eyes will just have a thumbnail, very similar to Critical Role, where they have a standard thumbnail template. Part of the reason I want to do that is to make it really easy to schedule YouTube events, so that if I plan on watching a bonus Critical Role thing, a one shot or a behind the scenes video or something, that has already been cleared for spoilers, I can easily schedule that event for, later that day, later the next day, whatever. So that is one of the reasons I want to standardize the thumbnails, is because I might just throw it up on a random Thursday, hey, I'm feeling some extra CR this week, and we're gonna watch the one shot. So I think that is going to be the main maybe edit, is that Monday, Wednesday, Friday is going to be exclusively main series episodes, but then we're going to have so many other places to slot in bonus content when I'm feeling it. So excited. Yeah. Liam was kind of previewing his shtick in that. Oh, I see. The only flaw in Grog's one-shot is that Matt is not in it, but the rest is pure adamantine. Fuck yeah. From an audience perspective, clean and recognizable thumbnail categorization makes it easier to navigate a channel. That's also one of the things I'm thinking about, is that, I think that because I haven't been really, making any sort of longs, I've mostly been, just producing lives. I was treating my live thumbnails like I think people would treat a long thumbnail, where it's okay, it has to be interesting, it has to be poppy, because that's the thing that's going to pull in viewers, an audience. But also they're all fucking 6 hours, so it only pulled in a very particular type of audience, and I love you all. But I think that, yeah, I'm going to go back and make especially the lives very recognizable, so that way, if I am already live, you can know just from the thumbnail, this is what's going on right now, especially since I'm going to be doing so much more than I used to. Is it Thursday yet? Bird in a trench coat wearing a beret. Oh, dude, are you magic? You just made Bird's food come out. That's crazy. Or the fact that, it's 7 p.m. Made it come out. I'm down. Bug is in the 72-hour Baldur's Gate 3 stream thumbnail. This little girl looking off into the distance. Your current thumbnails are very fun. Love seeing what you come up with, but yeah, standardized thumbnails are useful. Yeah, and I can put that sort of effort in. I can number one put, the current thumbnails are in this weird intermediary space where I have to do them before I can stream, and I have to stream at a certain time, right? I can't delay it like a long might. I have a certain block in my schedule when I can stream, so the thumbnail has to be done by that block. So I've been trying to put effort into them, but I can't put too much effort. Otherwise, I might fucking miss stream. So yeah, the current ones, I think for live, I need to just completely standardize it, and then I can make, the critical eye patches fun and silly. Shout out to all my at least 2 hours long video enjoyers. Fuck yeah. Cat cosplay is a magical thing, and they have done most, if not all, of the CR characters. Understood. Don't even watch the VODs on fast speed. I just watch as I wait. Hell yeah, Alexandra. Catching up on EP 35, dropping in live to please the algorithm. Thank you, DSH. I appreciate it. It's so funny, like in this new era of like YouTube and content of like, I remember when creators got drugged through the coals for like accepting brand deals. And, like, people would call them so cringe for asking you to like the video. And now, like, audiences get it. Like, if I want the creator to keep making the thing I like, I can support them through these small things. So it's like, people saying, like, dropping in to please the algorithm. I mean, I appreciate it. And it's just such an interesting shift in the culture, I mean, fucking benefiting me. I appreciate it so much, but I feel for the early dog creators who had to deal with that shit. Long videos are nice. Like, comment, and prescribe.
Have a look around.
Yeah. Go around the back.
Yeah. You guys scoot around to the back side. Anything particular you're looking for?
Any signs of life?
Anyone around
Anything odd?
watching?
Perception check.
Does it wish to look around?
23 for me.
1.
5.
16.
All right. We have Percy and Vax kind of glance over. You take about 5 minutes or so, just paying very close attention to any sort of possible movement or light within the building. Nothing. It is dark. It is motionless. The windows are closed. It's just a dark interior, and you can't really make any details out of the inside from this point because it is so closed off. Some of the curtains are actually been drawn shut, but not all of them. A few of the windows are open.
What about around the house, outside the house?
Outside the house, the grass, the lawn that surrounds this.
Or surrounding buildings?
Surrounding buildings, there are a number of other homes as well, but like I said, this area is the more upper class, upper crust aspect of Elon. Number of various manors and rather decadent buildings. Each building has its own color scheme, its own architecture. Each thing is trying to be distinct and different in this kind of microcosm of the societal space of Iman, where most of the gold passes through. They have their own worries about presentation, which is interesting because in the middle of all these very beautiful homes, you have General Krieg's home, which is pretty basic red brick, utilitarian, and kind of sticks out like a sore thumb by comparison, or doesn't stick out at all by comparison because it's just so normal looking.
I like it.
Can I just ask you guys before we do anything? Maybe it would be best to, tell the guards that we're investigating a disappearance. We've heard things about the house, and we need to check inside.
What guards?
I agree.
I feel like it's
Other
shady.
guards?
It's obviously shady. If we
That is a red brick. Red brick is very nice. That is a very interesting example. It's not anything huge or detailed, but I think that's a good example of defining something by what it is not. Which, hey, bird, stop it. She knows that there is food hidden within this box, and she does not know what to do to get it out. Sometimes it just falls out seemingly at random. And so she just paws at the box, trying to make it give her the food. But there's this, I've talked to you guys about the color pie before, right? Where like you can, it's a kind of an alternate way to, it's kind of an alternative to the alignment chart, right? And you can, hello, hello, form, welcome. Thank you for subscribing. So you can, this is like kind of an alternative to the alignment chart where you can describe yourself on color, like I am green red, I am green blue, like that sort of thing. I'm white red. And you can do it by as many colors as you want. So you can do 1, 2, 3, 4. Theoretically, you can do 5 color, but that kind of loses meaning. The interesting thing, I think, when I was talking to my friend who's really into magic, who was explaining the color pie to me, he was like, there is kind of, it gets interesting when you start talking about like a 4-color thing, because the 4-color people are mostly described by what they are not. So like, if you are white, green, red, black, you are mostly being described by the very distinct fact that you are not blue, right? And so that's sort of what Matt is engaging with here, is like, like this house isn't notable on its own, on its face, but by the fact that it is so different from everything around it, you're sort of seeing like what it is not, how it does not fit, which is a very interesting way to describe things, kind of describing them within the negative, because it allows people to fill in the blanks, and it is a, I think you run into less like falsifiability problems with it. Like I've talked about, like I really hate when characters are like described as witty or described as funny, right? Because then you run to a falsifiability thing of like, if I say that person is funny, it's almost a challenge to my players. It's like, okay, well, yeah, we'll see. Like, well, I'll be the judge of exactly how fucking funny they are, okay? But if you do the negative of they are not funny, like, then you run into less falsifiability problems, right? I think even if you accidentally have them be funny occasionally, it is not seen as like immersion breaking. It is seen as, oh, like this is a rare thing that never happens. So I think by describing what something is not, you leave a lot of room and a lot of grace and wiggle room for yourself to allow the players to fill in what that thing is. Like, all he has said about the building is that it is nice red brick, right? Red brick is nice. Like red brick house is fucking is nice to look at. But by specifically highlighting that it is boring compared to the very interesting, very different, very artisanal houses all around it, that paints a picture within each of the players' heads. He didn't actually say the house is boring because, again, if the layout is interesting or if he describes an interesting feature, suddenly you falsified yourself. But if you just say it is boring compared to these things, that paints a very specific image in the player's mind that is flexible because you haven't, described each other thing in detail. So I think that it's again, it's not this like huge, whoa, tactic that Matt is using, and he might not even be using it on purpose, but it's something I've been keying in on lately and thinking about, like, where are the right places to use this? And I've been trying to kind of figure out where it makes sense to slot into my narrative descriptions. And they can have pretty patterns in the bricks. Yeah, exactly, AKL. Exactly. One of my dogs has learned to open the front door like that if I forget it unlocked. Nice. Yeah. There's a pie chart for, it is sort of alignment. The color pie is like a whole thing in Magic the Gathering that I am not qualified to speak on. I just really like it. I that's kind of how I feel about Magic in general, is I'm not in the shit enough to like understand a lot of Magic stuff in detail, but I understand a lot of surface level shit, and I like a lot of it. Black is best. The brick is red with the blood of old and young people that Vox Machina has crossed paths with. Yeah. For a minute, I thought Mega was going to talk about the actual color wheel. Then I was like, oh, right, MTG. Yeah. I'm going to attempt this in future job interviews. Just focus on what I am not. I swear I am not a thief. I am not, you know what? That is one thing you will never have to worry about with me, is I do not steal office supplies on days that aren't Tuesday. From now on. I didn't do it before either, but from now on, I am committing to it. Oh, man. I was thinking the color wheel color theory, too. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's fair enough, yeah. What up, Ryan? Welcome to the live. Does not sound sus at all. No, exactly. It's like I was watching The Yard, and they were like, just go call your girlfriend and say, hello, girlfriend. I will never cheat on you again. I've never cheated on you a first time, but I'll definitely never do it a second time. In the future. I never did in the past, but from now on, I am swearing to never cheat on you. And and they said it went great with their significant others. So I think it's a good strategy just for general life, I would say. What up, cheeky monkey? How you doing?
Go sneaking in, but if we say we're going in the house because we worry for it, then it's okay.
Should we tell them when we go to the bathroom, too?
Maybe, Gronk.
We're above them in rank.
Yeah.
But the guards have the ability to call higher authorities on us, so we don't want people...
guards that we can see right now?
Glancing about, there are none in your immediate vicinity. You're not that far from the Citrine Garrison, which is the centerpiece of the higher military folk, and they do have their own guard station about. You're about a 10-minute walk from the palace, which has a number of guards throughout. And you do have some patrols that come through the city, but in the middle of the day in the Cloud Top, it's not as pressing a place for guard presence, so you haven't seen any immediately around you. But I'm sure if you wait for the next, 15, 20 minutes, one will probably come your way.
I mean, they probably have a key to General Creek's place.
Dude.
You just barge on in.
So this sort of thing happens all the time in, fucking say it with me now. This sort of thing happens all the time in BitD, where they're casing out a joint, and I need to get better. I told you guys last time I need to get better about clocks, about threats, about, moving, roving issues to push the players forward. Thank you very much, everybody. And something that I really need to do a good job of presenting are clocks for guard patrols, which is essentially what Matt is kind of approaching here. But I've toyed around with the idea of how to break characters out of analysis paralysis. So in BitD, it's pretty clear that you should only tick clocks as the consequences of actions. So if you have a patrolling guard clock, it doesn't matter how long they talk out of game, that clock won't tick. That clock is there to be a consequence that you can progress in when they fail in action or when they partially succeed in action. I have thought about maybe widening out my use of clocks to help with analysis paralysis type stuff. Like if you had a minute timer, a 2-minute timer, a 30-second timer, then you say, okay, you guys know, you've been around the Cloud Top District, you know there are patrols. Here's a 4 o'clock, it's at 0 segments, and I'm going to put down this timer, and nothing is going, I'm not going to stop you. You guys can talk, however long you want. But I'm just going to flip this timer, and whenever the timer runs out, I'm going to fill in a segment of the clock. And the guards are going to come around. If you're out and, you encounter them, we'll play that out. So I've been thinking about how to do that, because analysis paralysis is tough. I think it can really slow down games. You want people to just get into the action, but especially in something like this where, we know from experience that Matt is not above killing, or won't avoid, killing players. He uses traps. Approaching something in a not smart way could be very hazardous to the party. So, this is something that I'm thinking a lot about is, number one, I want to use clocks more because I think they're a great way to abstract the scene that they're in and make it very consumable and very understandable. And if I can somehow link that to this over-the-table analysis, right? If I can somehow link that to the passage of planning time, if I could somehow link the two together, I think that could be very useful. And again, there's an easy way of, you have a timer, every time you flip it, that's a tick on the clock. But I'm not sure that would feel good. I worry that that's a little bit too, like shoving you in the ass sort of issue. At that point, I might as well just have a 4-minute timer. So I worry about that slightly. I'm not quite sure how to handle it, but it's something I am thinking about for my own games. Turn your players into 100 scorpions. That's always fun bit D fodder. That makes things happen. You know what? You're so right. I never even thought about that. Yeah. Increment bit D counter. Some parties that lack button pushers need a DM that can creatively push buttons for them. Exactly. Like, I think that Grog is a generally good button pusher. Travis in general. And Ashley, as a player, is a decent button pusher. But sometimes, you know, they just pushed a button like 5 minutes ago. It feels weird to push it again. So, as a DM, thinking about how you can creatively shove the party forward while foreshadowing it enough. Like, the guard patrol walking by, that would shove the party forward. But you also want to give the party enough time to plan, right? You don't want to shove them into something that they're going to be unprepared for. Or, even if they are prepared for it, you don't want them to feel unprepared. That can lead to a very shitty vibe at the table. So you want to make sure that they have time to prepare, so they know, again, there has to be some sort of consumable clock. And so maybe one of the things that I've been thinking about is maybe a benefit of like the clock and timer solution as opposed to just one big timer is, you know, you say, okay, like you have this clock segment to talk about one aspect. And then, you know, once that segment's out, you can't talk about that aspect anymore. But that's controlling their speech in a weird way and, you know, not in like a weird philosophical way, but like, you know, maybe there's aspects of the plan that they care about more. So it's weird to limit those. It's hard. It's a tough issue. The rhyming of analysis paralysis sounds very fun when we say it at my table. For some reason, we always have a chuckle about it. Kind of breaks us out of it when we hear it. Hell yeah. Hey, if you have that little button, fuck yeah. Matt has avoided killing players that you know of. Now, player characters. I mean, true enough, Daniel. I kind of hate spells or abilities that last or require 10, 15, 20 minutes, 1 hour, because it's almost impossible for a player to keep on time in a game. Yeah, there's no mechanical movement of time within D&D, which is the same reason that when I was talking about my pet peeves with Artificer, I don't like that they're, you know, the whole kind of class fantasy of Artificers that they make magic items. And they're, oh my god, why is on-screen elements, why is it behind me again? Thank you very much, Mustang. I appreciate it. But, you know, I think that the main feature of Artificer that really makes them feel like an actual like class fantasy of like, I make magic items, is the feature that makes them quicker and cheaper, right? Crafting the magic items makes them quicker and cheaper. I don't like that because economies can be so borked. Vox Machina has so much goddamn money, and Matt isn't an economist. He doesn't know how to like balance that to make it fun. And then the quicker option is exactly what we're talking about. Players have no sense of time. Time passes exactly as fast as the DM says it does. Like, time passes as quickly as 1 week later. 1 day, like 1 month later, 1 year later. You can get your party a teleportation circle. All you have to do is get the DM to say the magic words. So that's, I agree. The time-based spells also kind of bug me. Because of that very reason of like time is so weird and there aren't like good mechanics for like managing it that the game actually provides. It just says DM figure it out. And some DMs figure it out great, but I would prefer if you're going to build it into mechanics, you give other mechanics to like manage that sort of thing. What's going on? Are you saying we might need a bio break? I think she might be saying that. Like, what do you mean it was an hour? My armor of Agathis is gone now. 100%. It's why I actually really appreciate that Baldur's Gate 3 made a lot of things just end on long rest. Because it's annoying to manage otherwise. Like, I think that Baldur's Gate 3 by the necessity of not having a DM actually changed a lot of spells in a way that I think makes them more comprehensible at a D&D table as well. Like having speak with animals, be with until long rest, perfect sense. Like no notes. I think that makes complete sense. Same thing with mage armor. To cure analysis paralysis is analysis dialysis. Lyrical miracle. I'll stick around here. Well, thank you, Mustang. I appreciate it. The stream alerts are feeling a little shy. Don't judge them. Yeah, they had to hide. Looks like a bio break queue. Yeah, I think we're having a bio break queue after I finish chat. DM Figure It Out is the summary of 5e DMG. It's DM Figure It Out except combat, where we have figured a lot of things out for you. Everything else, figure it out. It's 3 a.m. here. Work tomorrow. I'll be catching up tomorrow. See you later, Alexandra. Get sleep. I know that I will be getting sleep tonight. BG3 having to gamify more mechanics really fixed a lot of issues. Honestly. Because I think that in a lot of ways, 5e, like, I'm not saying, like, I want everything to be, like, more crunchy and more, Pathfinder-esque. But I think that having some small, abstract mechanics for, like, time management or, more environment stuff would be nice. How's streaming going? I think good. I think it's been solid. We have not progressed very far. Who's shocked? I'm shocked. But we are about to head off on a bio break. So I am going to turn on some music. I am going to take my puppy out. And I will see you all in a little bit. Get some water. I haven't been drinking any water because I accidentally started the stream with my water bottle empty. So I'm feeling it in my mouth. I am certainly going to be going to get more water. I will see you all in a second. What up? Song before this one was crazy, right? You are completely correct, Mustang. I completely forgot to run ads. But then also, it's like, hey, your next ad's gonna be in 20 minutes. What the fuck is up with that? I have pre-roll off for the next 38 minutes. Why do I have to run ads again in 20 minutes? I'm gonna have to research this. In general, one of my goals for being full-time is to research Twitch more. Because I am a YouTube everything guy. Like, I'm a YouTube Live, YouTube Shorts, YouTube Longs, posts. Like, I've interacted with it all on other creators. I'm just not a huge Twitch head. So I need to look into it more and figure shit out. Because I'm not super used to it. Oh my god, my system got water and it started fucking rebelling at me. Ugh. Jesus. I'll get the biscuits. Very good. Something is off. Twitch wants to run ads 10 minutes into the stream. What the fuck? Dude, me and you are gonna have to look at the settings sometime, Mustang, or maybe I'll look at them on stream sometime and we can fucking crowdsource this shit. Because yeah, I've got no clue what's wrong with it. And I'm sure it's on me. Like, I think that their settings are confusing, but it's probably something that I did. But do not, my friends, become addicted to water. Yummy, yummy, yummy. And now I will stop conversing with you because I went in and had to tell Paige. She was like, "Oh, how far are you into the stream?" And I had to sheepishly look at her and say 15 minutes. In 2 hours. And she's like, "How is that possible?" And I go, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I have no excuse. And with that, we're watching the show.
Well, it's owned by someone, isn't it? Someone who deserted it.
Somebody buy it after him.
Yes, it's private property.
Oh.
You're being very prudent.
Yeah, we'll totally wait here while you go tell the guards that we want to go inspect something.
We're better at this than them. Let's just go do what we do. Right, Trinket?
As he growls into your ear.
No.
How can you resist
If
that?
we come across a guard, I'll be happy to inform them.
Well, why don't we at least
shit.
do a little bit of pre-planning? Do we need like a warrant or something?
Oh,
like
fuck that. I'll walk up to the door and knock really loud.
Wait, there's a gate around the outside.
There is a gate.
Gang.
I thought we were on the back.
No.
There's around back there. There's the gate, which is about the fence itself is about 7 feet tall with little metal poodle paler spikes on the top.
I'll hop over that.
All right, go ahead and make an acrobatics check.
Hop check.
15.
Okay. You definitely avoid falling upon one and spearing your manhood, thankfully. As you grab the edge, kind of loftily heft yourself over the top of the gate, landing within the other side of the kind of browning yard that hasn't been well kept.
You might want to tell the guard, I'm walking on the yard. Let them know I'm going, and I'll go off towards the house.
God walks away from you guys towards the house, brazenly in the
Speaking of button pushing.
middle of the midday
That
sun.
rhymed. Well done.
I stand next to Vex, irritated.
Okay.
And during that whole exchange, I've just been changing cloaks and putting on the red one. Great.
Okay.
He's got like 17.
I don't need to be subtle. I'm just standing around. You guys are arguing. He's making a fool of you. I'm just changing my
In
clothes.
fact, I think if you would be so kind as to just
I have 17 cloaks.
work the game.
Do you bring around one of those like
Wardrobe racks?
yeah, rolling wardrobe racks?
It's on wheels. It's on wheels. It's functional.
It bobbles on the cobblestones.
I smashed it back.
You guys went, "Shh, follow me."
They smush up about the size of a cabbage. It's really over.
So you have a very wrinkly red.
You know what?
coat
Never
on
mind.
right now.
What I think is that Grog and Pike should lead the
Would it surprise you to know that I don't, Robin?
way, stealthy, and pick all the locks, and I think everything will go really well. I'm just gonna hang back. I think that's the way.
Please, do your magic.
No, I think this seems like a great idea.
I don't even know.
Grog just knocked.
As Grog's fist is now hitting.
Walking to the front gate.
You know, I could skywrite that we're here in the sky again.
No
No
answer.
reason to be stealthy about it.
There's no answer at the door!
Can I try picking the lock?
Do you have lockpicks?
She's gonna literally try picking the lock, yes.
Do I have a lockpick?
What?
I take,
I take Pike by the hand and go, "Here you go, chum," and I slap down my set in her hand.
Vex appears seemingly out of nowhere and slaps his lockpicks into your
back.
hand. Oh, sorry, Vex. So, Pike, I'm much better at that.
Yeah.
It happens to everyone.
Pike, you want to try and pick the lock?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait.
Do it.
Go ahead and roll a d20.
Do it.
And just add your dexterity.
I'm gonna inspire her
Okay, go for it.
with a limerick.
There's no way this is not good.
All right, I'm gonna inspire her. There once was a gnome with a mace who had an adorable face. She never would bed me, but I hope she won't forget me, because oh, how I do love the chase.
That is a real easy D10 inspiration item.
It's a panty dropper, as Sam would say.
Yes.
So go ahead and roll D20. Add just your dexterity modifier.
Sam's a friend of ours.
Okay.
Which is what?
So in addition to the 20,
Oh yeah. What'd you roll?
I rolled a 6.
Okay. And then what's your dexterity modifier?
1.
That's a 7. Now go ahead and roll a D10 and add that to it.
Okay. I rolled a 9. So
Oh! That helps.
All right.
You're very
Wow.
inspired.
Okay, that puts you at a 15, which is actually directly to DC at the door.
Wait, 16.
Even better.
Everybody meet your new rogue.
The rattle of metal plate, the untrained eye, and a couple times you hear the metal kind of beginning to bend as she, having no previous experience really with lockpicks from what you know, you're afraid she's going to break your tool set. However, she's picked up a few things while she was at sea with, more of the swashbuckling brigades to the western shores. And just much to your surprise, she...
Wow.
The door opens and the dark interior of the home is at your disposal.
This is our problem. We've been approaching doors without pipes.
Yep.
We need pipes.
The door slayer.
I reach down and high
The
five
door
Mike.
slayer.
She pushes massive statues. She unlocks all doors.
I stick my head in the door and I go, "Hello, is anyone home?"
I give his pick back to him.
Okay, so Pike.
And I say it was just luck, Vex. It was just luck, Vex.
Shut up, baby. I know it.
I lean back and I go, "There's nobody answering from inside. Vex, you might want to go tell the guard no one's inside."
Really?
Rog, as you
I feel like we have a blessing of Serenray though to go inside.
as you step into the home a little bit, the first thing you notice is the smell. An immediate pungent scent of decay hits your nose. The source is not immediate visual range, and you can't really tell what type of decay it is, but it's definitively a terrible smell, and one that permeates the interior of the foyer.
It smells like roses inside.
I'm coming in.
All right, you come in.
I
Accept this
love
experience. As you guys walk in, it catches you off guard. There's the main foyer open before you. The only light currently within the interior is the bit of sunlight that's bouncing in from the front open doors and a few of the windows. In the distance to your left is a dining room. There's a big red carpet in the center of the room. There's tapestries, but actually the decor in here is much more garish than you recall. When you were last here, it was very simple. It was very minimalist, and you got the impression that the house, for the most part, was not being lived in outside of the servant. You recall there was a passageway across from the foyer that led to a gallery, and which had the
trap room, the little portal in it.
Yep, the
right.
false.
Dop, I will always give that to Sam Riegel, is that he tries as much or more than any bard I've ever seen. Yeah, for everything that Scanlan is, you can never call Scanlan low effort. He has effort.
On the tapestry,
Should we
right?
head there?
On the tapestry.
Wait, let's find the
Maybe-
source of the smell.
Trinket is actually really good at sniffing things out, so maybe he can lead us to the smell.
Good bully.
Trinket comes sitting up. Go ahead and make a perception check for a Trinket.
Where's our music?
Okay. It's too much. It's advantage because of his smell.
True.
What?
Wow, that sucked both times.
Shut up. Shit, I do.
Oh, totally. I mean, I don't think you could probably, you couldn't really do that without pre-writing a bunch of things. But I think that's cool. I think it's cool to like pre-write shit, and it for the game it shows a level of care and a level of effort. No, I think it's really cool that he takes the time to write little notes or little things for him to do later. Yeah, I don't know. It's small effort. Yeah, I like that about Sam. Yeah, exactly. It's very I don't want to say it's not something you see often, but I think that sort of consistent effort is not always put in. Like, I think it's a very classic there's a very classic example of like the person that puts too much time into their backstory, right? Like they write like a fucking novel for their backstory. And then they're constantly trying to reference back to that thing. But I think it is, number one, harder, and I personally think cooler. Not to say that long backstories aren't cool. I've been accused of novel writing before. But I personally think it's cooler, and I think shows more care and effort to put effort in consistently rather than like all at the front, So I think that's a nice thing. He also sometimes sings pop songs as inspo. Yeah, exactly. Which, I mean, maybe he comes up with those off the top. Maybe he writes shit down beforehand. Like, writing it down takes effort. Improvising it takes skill. Yeah, and I think that, like, some people ride off that skill, and I think Sam Riegel does both, which is impressive and cool. I'm a novel writer, but I leave blank areas to fill in later. I think that's a great strategy. I think leaving very purposeful blank areas. Like when I was planning out my most recent, or not my most recent character, my second to most recent character that I've been playing. I've talked about her before, Eudokia. I still don't know what Eudokia's overall build will be. I have 3 separate builds that I built all the way out to level 20 because I'm that kind of guy. But they all depend on her character arc, which I still don't know what the end of that will look like. Like, I want to leave that up to what happens in the game. And I did the same thing with my most recent character, Tormera, who was a rogue, and I did not pick his subclass ahead of time. I said I'm going to be one of these 3 subclasses depending on the events of the story. And the story and the world are very heavily like shadow themed, and we were tomb raiding essentially, and I found a big old shadow bomb, and we were trying to escape the tomb as things were. It was a big escape sequence. I had the shadow bomb. I tied it to my back, and I went to climb down a big ledge to get out of the cavern. I'm a fucking rogue. Got a great acrobatics and athletics score, and I rolled that sweet nat 1. And I was already super fucking damaged, and I fall and I go unconscious, and the party, carries my lifeless, or my not lifeless, my life-filled but unconscious corpse out. And I took that, and I talked to the DM about it, and he was cool with it. And I thought, I was like, oh, that's a great inciting incident for Tormera, and I ended up picking the Phantom. It's like, oh, because I landed on the bomb. Didn't set it off, thankfully. But, that was an example of, like, that incident helped me tie in my build choice to the events of the game. I started narrating, hearing voices, which, if you don't know the Phantom Rogue, it's like their level 3 ability is they hear whispers that give them a skill proficiency every long rest. And so leading up to that, I started, before we were even level 3 yet, I started narrating some of that flavor to build up to the subclass choice. So that sort of effort, that like leaving of blank spaces, is something that I find immensely satisfying when I play, to work in my build decisions into my character's progression, whether that's in like literal like build, or just like in their arc or whatever. Such a dope ass name. Thank you. I like naming characters. It took me forever to name my Baldur's Gate 3 character, and then I still ended up naming him Fish. And I'm not nearly as proud of that one. But will you get to level 20? Oh, probably not. But I do plan to level 20 no matter what. I feel like looking at high level features too much makes you feel like your current character is really weak just because they can't deal 100 damage per turn at level 3. You know what? I don't disagree with you. So something that I look at when I am planning out a build is, am I building this character to be fun the whole time, or am I building them to be fun at level 15? Because I think it's really easy to fall into not even just like looking at a high level feature and really wanting that high level feature, but being like, oh, if I take this feat and this feat, then it'll work with that feature at this point, and like the whole build will like really turn on at level 14. But until then, it's not really synergistic. It doesn't really work. I think that that is a trap that I fall in all too often. So when I'm building my characters, I try to make sure that I have something that I think will be fun at levels like it kind of depends on the class, but I try to look at levels like 1, 3, 5, and then like 10, 13, 15, and then 20. Like I kind of look at like chunks of levels to make sure that there will be like a thing that I will enjoy doing with this character at every step of the journey. Because I don't want to be sitting there just waiting until the level up. I want to be enjoying my character right fucking now. So while I do plan to level 20, that doesn't just mean I plan out what my build will be at level 20. I'm thinking about every step of the way. A little off topic, but the following with the Shadow Bomb reminded me the U.S. did the same thing with a B-12 bomber and a nuke. Just oopsies, that one dropped the nuke over the U.S. Thankfully didn't go off. Samuel, they have done that many more times than once. It is called the insider term for it is a nuclear mishap. And the Department of Energy and the military are required to report when it happens over U.S. soil, and they are not required to report it when it happens off of U.S. soil. So we actually have a count, and I mean, you can. I've talked about the vagueness of my job before. You can assume why I might know things about this. But we have a count of how many times there have been nuclear mishaps in the U.S. on soil or on domestic soil. But we have no idea how many times that shit has happened abroad, which is funny in the existentially terrifying way. You mean you don't just choose the most overpowered build to win the game? Per functionist. You got me. I've never taken polearm. What is it? Not polearm master. Is it polearm master? Sentinel. I've never taken Sentinel either. Although I have built several characters that have Sentinel because I think it's a good answer to the tank fallacy. But anyways, that's totally off topic. Leaving blank parts or placeholder symbols is vital. Yeah, exactly, Timpanist. Yeah. I have a note in my phone with a ridiculous amount of fantasy names. I still don't have enough. I don't have enough. I agree. Some nature shit like flowers or weather element. Oh, fuck yeah, Dop. That totally works. And that works for all sorts of shit. Yeah. I have a quirk where every time I have a new DM, they get a new incarnation of Droober Stillwater. They're always a new race and class, though, so it's really fun. Hell yeah. That's very cool to have like a consistent kind of character, almost archetype, that you then like reincarnate into these different lives that they live. That's very cool. I get derailed enough with research. Oh yeah. I create my characters at 20 so I can plan what I'm going to do at every level. Oh yeah, I never have to choose what I'm going to do at a level. I personally focus on early level synergy. I'm pretty bad at planning for late game. I used to make characters just like as like a relaxation thing, so I have a lot of practice. This relates a lot to my barbarian idea that I shared a bit back. Yeah. I think I remember that, Lark. I may not. I don't recall. It's happened like 4 times, I think. That sounds low, but it is. That's maybe. I know it was at least under 3 digits. I don't recall if that's the actual number or not. Nuclear mishap, that's a hell of a euphemism. Yeah, it is. It's a nice term. One of my companies, my company was an old company and then is a new company because it was bought by a different company, whatever. But the old company with the old name, its motto used to be no nuclear mishaps. That used to be the motto of the company, and they were fucking good at it. So, say what you will. But that was one thing that I liked about working there. I looked it up, and there have been 6. 6. There you go. I was like, 4 doesn't sound quite right, but I thought it was maybe higher. But 6, yeah, that makes sense. As a NATO ally, that is so reassuring. yeah, exactly. Just don't worry about it, dude. It's not that deep. Ugh. I live near SRB plant. Scary. What we do and don't know. Oh yeah. There's no true aggro, but there's pissing off the DM with polearm. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So we are at 15 minutes CR time, or closer to 20. We're at closer to 20. We're getting there, okay? Oh, resistance barbarian. I remember that, Lark. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Lark. It's like the resistance barbarian does run the risk of the tank fallacy of, if you're very hard to hit and it's very ineffective for enemies to hit you, why would enemies hit you? You have to find an answer to that question. And unfortunately, Sentinel is a very easy answer to that question. It makes answering that question very straightforward. I wish that there were other answers to the tank fallacy. I need to shower and then catch a morning bus in like 4.5 hours. Jesus Christ, AKL. Go to sleep. Have a good sleep. Good night. This is not a complaint. I slept earlier. Oh. Well, still, get some rest. Always prioritize your sleep. Spike growth plus Eldritch Invocations equals DM love. Add 3 levels of Echo Knight if maps are involved. Fuck yeah. Oh, I love that. Eldritch Invocations, Eldritch Spear, Grasp of Hadar, what is it? God, what's the one that reduces their movement speed? It's not Eldritch Sickness, but it's something along those lines. Got that. Repelling Blast is a great one for spike growth. I mean, yes, sir, Daniel. Yes, sir. Because there's a push and a pull, and then there's also a movement speed reduction. Yeah. You combo that with Ascendant Step to pop up in the air where no one can hit you. Make sure that you'll never get hit. It's perfect. I've never had a campaign go past level 7. I've gone all the way to 20 before. It can happen. It's hard. But I have done it. More specifically, they've lost 32, but only 6 have never been found. There we go. Okay, that makes sense. That tracks. That sounds that sounds the most right to my brain, because I was like, man, 6 still seems low. I've never had a nuclear mishap either. No nuclear mishap sounds like focusing on an outlier, as per previous discussion. So one hell of an outlier. I like the abilities that allow you to pull aggro, like forcing an enemy to only attack you on your turn. I agree, Fanlair. Like, that is how most games, like, WoW, or a lot of MOBAs will solve the tank fallacy, is forcing aggro. I think that it can be a little bit weird in D&D, and I think it could have worked, and like I'm not like against it as a concept in D&D, but I also understand why the designers avoided those sorts of features. But because they avoided those sorts of features, I do think that you run into a lot of tank fallacy in D&D and have to find like answers for it. You can also just like play intelligently with your positioning, and that can be an answer in and of itself. But you have to make sure that you're always fine. Like if you're a barbarian or a fighter, like an AC tank, or a druid with a health tank, you always have to make sure that you are finding an answer to the tank fallacy. And as a DM, you need to make sure that you're not falling into the fallacy on your end, right? Like you have to make sure that when you're hitting the tank, you're not just hitting them because they're the tank. What is tank fallacy? Tank fallacy is the idea that imagine a paladin in gleaming plate armor is staring you down next to a rogue in leather, right? One has much more AC, much more health, is going to be much harder to hit as an enemy. why would the enemy ever attack the thing that is harder to hit? Like, why will the enemies attack the thing with 20 AC and a shitload of health rather than the wizard or the rogue or the monk or whatever, what have you? That is the tank fallacy. It is essentially that you can focus on all of these things that make you super defensive, but if no one has any reason to hit you, then that defensiveness doesn't matter. That's generally the issue. So Sentinel solves that issue by essentially making it to where enemies can't walk away from you, which totally makes ranged combatants very at a disadvantage, and even melee combatants, as long as none of your friends walk up to the melee combatant as well, as long as they all stay back, if that melee combatant can't get away from you as the tank, you've solved the fallacy. They have to hit you. But as a DM, you have to make sure that, like, if you have a set of, like, ranged attackers, right, of bowmen, are they going to be shooting at the wizard in the back or the paladin in the front, right? Because generally, the paladin wants the ranged combatants to be shooting at them, but it would probably make more sense if you are the ranged combatant for you to shoot at the wizard. So, as a DM, you need to make sure that you're not firing at your tanks just because they're tanks and you know they can take it. There has to be some answer for why you are attacking the tank. Tomb of Levistus is awesome, and I've never taken it because it is so sick in concept, but so worthless in practice. Lance of Lethargy. Thank you, Dop. Push and pull Allomancy. This could be the first 3-part. No, probably not. We'll see. Gloomstalker, Harangun with alert. You can get plus 20 in it at level 13. All right, the problem with plus 20 initiative is, like, congratulations, you're always going first. That's not that good. Like plus 10 is great. That's gonna solve ya in most situations. It's like, why even stretch it out to plus 20 at that point, you know? It's hilarious that you can do it, but so unnecessary. It's for the flex. You know what? That's the only appropriate answer. It is for the flex, and I just have to give that to you. That's totally accurate. That's what reckless attack is for. If the enemy doesn't attack you, you just got advantage for free. Totally agree, G. Hercum. Totally agree. It's weird because reckless attack sort of solves the tank fallacy in the opposite direction, where it says, we will give you an ability that is very good but requires you to debuff yourself. So you better get really defensive in prep to be debuffed. It's a very interesting answer. It's very atypical from what you would expect a normal tank fallacy answer to look like, but it does work. I totally agree. It's a very good answer to the entire issue. Some fighter maneuvers help too. Yeah, for sure. Fighter maneuvers definitely help. Never gonna be caught off guard. I love Harangun because being fast because the name sounds like here and gone. Oh, yeah, that's nice. That's neat. Wait, are there wizards that don't wear plate? Well, I mean, some wizards go full 20 levels in wizard. You don't know. It sounds like tank fallacy is the equivalent to just having a punchable face. It's sort of the opposite of you've made your face so not punchable that why would I, you know? Now I want to homebrew some sort of aggro barbarian subclass. That'd be fun. Yeah. Ancestral Guardian Barb makes Loki the only in-game tank, but he works only with attack rolls that get way less often with mid-high level play. I actually don't know know the features of Ancestral off the top of my head, so I cannot confirm or deny, but I do believe you. 100% just because you can. Yeah, for sure. Okay. I am watching the clock and I'm watching it tick up, but I like these conversations, so I haven't been stopping. I need to control myself. We need to get through this.
16?
Well, get through it. We need to just get to the actual shit.
Enough to open a door.
Okay. So Trinket sniffs through, steps into the center of the foyer, kind of pushes just past the carpet into the middle of the dining room and looks up at the table. And as soon as you look over, Trinket kind of growls for a moment, and you see there on the center of the dining room table is a meal set up, drink, food, but is completely molded over to the point where parts of it have kind of bloated and spilled off, and liquid is kind of, you know, the putrescence is kind of spread across part of the surface.
If I throw the gas mask on.
Yeah. It's been there for quite some time. You don't know quite how long.
Free food, Grog.
I know it smells pretty good in here.
Is there dust on the ground? Has it been that long?
Yeah, you check down, you kind of put your finger across it, and it is a little dusty. It's not been an extremely long period of time, but there's a layer of dust.
Is there anything, like, changing the dust? Is there any tracks in it or anything?
Currently, from what you can see, no.
Have we all entered?
You've all begun to walk into the foyer, yes.
Let's search the upstairs first. See if there's a body or otherwise.
Oh god, this isn't helping with the hangover.
Does the smell get more intense at the food?
Yes, the smell gets more intense as you enter the dining room.
Oh, so it's the food.
I almost can't smell you.
Can I kind of like druid craft the table and take like the decaying food and maybe, I don't know, grow some flowers out of it, try and make it look nice?
Compost it?
Try and compost it? Yeah.
Sure. You take a moment and concentrate and kind of use your druidcraft.
Dude, that's like eldritch horror. It's like, that's like the fucking death house from not Van Richten's guide, but from original Curse of Strahd. Is like, oh man, it's all this like fucking decaying food that has like nice flowers growing out of it. Like, that's, I think that almost makes it worse to me.
The fungus begins to reform and more mushroom-like spores begin to appear out of it and sprout from the current festering mass. Whereas once was just like a nasty spore cloud-based fungus, you've now converted into almost a colored mushroom-type presentation.
Don't eat it, Grog.
It'll probably lessen the stench over time, but no immediate effect as the smell has been hanging here stagnant for quite a while.
Thank you for...
It's like a big old terrarium now.
So it's a big old house. Can we like split up and get it over with?
Split the party.
Yeah.
Split the party!
We've all got earrings. Let's just start checking rooms and we'll get to the room that we know is iffy last.
Okay. So wait, we're checking all the rooms that are probably okay.
Yes, I'm going to start upstairs, check the bedrooms.
You mean the non-okay part being the teleportation room?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, all right.
All right, so what's up, Pike?
Can I cast Spirit Guardians to be around us?
Oh.
You can. What is the duration on that one?
10 minutes.
Yeah, you can do that.
Nice.
So as you guys are walking in, Pike clasps her holy symbol, closes her eyes for a second, and you begin to see these almost glowing orbs, like these kind of ghostly entities that begin to swirl and follow around you.
Wow.
Similar in spirit stuff as the color
Grog, they're
of
good.
Pike's form when she was alongside you guys in Whitestone. Who's heading upstairs?
I'll go upstairs with Percy.
Sure.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Sure, I'll go upstairs.
Is there a downstairs? Like a
There is,
cellar?
but we're not going there yet.
The downstairs would be the path that you guys found last time.
We should remind everybody that
you didn't inspect the rest of the house at that point.
There's lots of downstairs rooms.
We should remind everyone you are immune to poison, you are immune to curse, you've got a bonus on wisdom saving throws, and plus 1d10 temporary hit points.
Oh, something from the Hero's Feast.
Yep.
Nice.
Poison charm. What was it?
Curse.
Nobody remember them all.
All right, well, you guys go upstairs and we'll clear out this floor before we go anywhere else, and we'll wait for you to come back down.
Okay.
I'll stay on the middle floor. I'll be team middle floor.
Okay. As Vex, Scanlan, and Percy head towards the stairway, they step across the red carpet in the center of the foyer. Need all three of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh shit.
Oh, I didn't see perception. Shit balls.
Dexterity, huh?
Correct.
Natural 20.
It is.
Nice.
Shit.
24.
Nice.
12.
Okay.
Adequate.
As you all step across, there's a sudden smell of you smelled it before, and it's the fresh strike of a lightning bolt or something that has burned in the atmosphere.
Ozone.
You look over at Percy, and both of you feel this kind of slight bit of tension energy in the room, and you dodge out of the way. At which point, suddenly, there's a burst of force energy from the center of the room that surrounds Scanlan, blasting you in the process, and you feel like you're lifted off your feet, but instead of being thrown upwards, you slam into what feels like a roof that's far too low than the one you've seen. You go ahead and take 16 points of force damage.
Okay.
And you land poof, on the ground prone. You look up around you, and there is a cage of arcane force energy right now that is holding you in place in a 10 by 10 foot area. Just
Oh shit.
They didn't even make it out of the room, right? This is in the room that we're in?
in the foyer. You guys just went, all right, we're doing this. Go. Not even 2
See, this is the sort of shit that I was expecting out of the noble houses in the Briarwood arc in Whitestone, and I'm legitimately wondering if Matt looked back at those like encounters. Not to say this is like maybe this is he just intended those to be how they were, and he intended this to be how it is, and what have you. But I wonder if he looked back at those, doing a VOD review, or maybe he got comments about it, I don't know, that were like, hey, not enough interesting traps. Because this is exactly the sort of thing that I was expecting out of all of those noble people houses, is this like force magic cage sort of shit. Honestly, what I was expecting when he first failed is that he was going to like trip and fall into like a decaying body underneath the carpet. That's something that I've tried to get more, that I've tried to work into my games to varying levels of success, I'll admit, is more narrative consequences for like traps or these weird rolls, because it's sort of like a halfway to making your characters paranoid. Like if you have them, walking across this rug, right, and then they all roll their saving throws, say they all succeed, nothing happens, and they're like, what the fuck? That's weird. One of them fails the saving throw and they trip over like a lump in the carpet and like face plant into like, like an embrace with this like corpse under the carpet or something. And the corpse is, something narratively significant. Maybe it's Krieg and they're like, but I thought that we killed Krieg while he was a dragon. Whatever. Those sorts of things where like failing to look for the trap ahead of time, or just failing the roll in general, doesn't give you like fucking, take 1d10 damage or you're trapped in an arcane prison, but it gives a narrative consequence of like, oh no, I'm cuddling up with the corpse. Like if something like that had happened to Scanlan, I think Sam would have absolutely run with it. I think Grog would have run with it. Like, they could have made a very interesting scene out of it. A lot of jokes, a lot of fun goofs and gaffs. So those sorts of narrative consequences of, like, gross or embarrassing things happening to the party are, I think, ways to ratchet up the tension, ratchet up the paranoia, make them remember, like, hey, maybe I should be looking out for traps, without immediately penalizing them. Now, that's not necessarily to say that I think that Matt shouldn't have done this. I think this is, honestly, very fine, very cool. I think it makes sense that someone like Krieg, or whoever bought Krieg's house after him, would install a security measure like this. So I have no shade on what Matt's doing here, but I have been thinking about alternatives to sort of ease the players into, okay, we were not in a dungeon crawl, and now we're in a dungeon crawl, as well as giving them, like, their first clue, essentially for free. So those are sorts of things I've been, again, thinking through. I think this, totally cool. I've got no direct complaints, but I have been thinking about some alternatives as well. I enjoy sarcasm. This is actually very harmful, and mold can affect you for life. Damn. Yeah. Lord Jaff is my favorite eldritch vampire. Oh yeah. If Super Geek Mike wasn't already my patron, I would be petitioning Jaff himself. They told of his arrival in movie form. It's called Life Force. Ooh, certainly have never heard of that. It's actually really cool to think of the character's phobia for DMs to fuck around with. Yeah, I had my first DM ever after I DM'd for like 5 years, and then I got to play for the first time. He did that very the very classic what do you call it? Like negative you encounter where it's like you but color swapped. It's the evil twin of you, right? He did that encounter, and it wasn't very good. But I thought the interesting thing about it was that it was not combat based at all. We were encountering all of these things, and it was just representations of our phobias and it was just like a like 30-minute segment for all of us to individually just narrate how we overcame our phobias and got out of the mirror. And I don't think it was a well-designed encounter overall, but the most interesting thing that happened is one of our players who had not been very active up to that point, like one of my fellow players. They were what some may like disparagingly call like an audience member, where they, don't do a lot of role play. They were actually awesome, and they narrated they didn't get over their phobia. And they talked to us in above the table talk. They're like, hey, I don't think my character could get over this phobia. I don't think they could get out. Are you guys cool with that? And can we like run like a rescue operation, essentially? And we all said like, yeah, that's fucking dope. And so he narrated like not getting over the phobia, and it was super cool. And so I think that those sorts of things, playing on phobias, playing on that narrative stuff around, can allow for some breathing room for the characters. And honestly, the reason that I thought that Matt was going to do it is because I've been so impressed with his ability to specifically hit on, character player phobias. Again, doesn't need to do it all the time. I don't think it's like super necessary that he did it right now. But that is something I've been trying to incorporate more into my thought process. Passing a save and smelling something bad versus failing and smelling nothing could be good. Oh, totally, Sam. Yeah, that's a good option. Yeah, I'm getting more and more comfortable and interested in saves that don't have an immediate, instant like health consequence, right? Or like a mobility consequence. I want something that has a narrative consequence or like a future warning consequence, those sorts of stuff. Confusing trap, i.e. detecting natural gas. Sure. Yeah. Doppelganger. But natural gas doesn't smell. I think depends on the gas. Yeah. I don't know. It can be really cool to intentionally allow your characters to fail. Yeah. It was such a sick moment from him. It was very dope. Well, this is D&D. Me, IRL, being extremely claustrophobic, all my characters felt a bit uncomfortable in tight spaces. Beautiful. Absolutely awesome. Yeah. I mean, there's a little bit of us in every character. Isn't that the Brandon Lee Mulligan quote? There's a little bit of us in every character. We add the smell for safety.
Steps into your plan.
So we're all still there. We can see.
Wait, actually? Do we add smell to natural gas? For real? That's cool, if that's the case. I didn't know that. Price you all next stream? Sounds good. See you later, Valkyrie.
You all see Scanlan currently now trapped in this force cage.
Go on, Ghostbustering. Don't mind.
Well,
hang on. Let's just leave him for a minute. Let's just leave him.
Oh,
Can we leave him? I can fix it.
There's a fierce wind.
Can you dimension
I had no idea.
Another dexterity check.
Oh shit, it's
Jeez.
closing on me, isn't it? Natural 20.
Okay.
Oh.
You can see the cage itself, its unstable energy occasionally arcs across like a Tesla coil. And you just managed to dodge out of the way. And you can see now this cage not just holds you in place, but it also perpetually tries to damage those who are captured.
Oh, I feel a little bad. I'll let him out. Dispel magic.
Oh, you've got
Okay.
I did today.
As Keyleth waves her hand now, the entire force cage just vanishes into the air.
Oh, did you guys see that?
Yeah.
I was like in an aquarium.
It was kind of fun to
Yeah,
watch.
an aquarium of death.
You're like a dick in a box.
More of a globe, but yeah, no, that works.
Oh, wow.
Step one. Let's go.
Gently checking for traps
And
as we
now we're
go up
proceeding.
the stairs.
Thank you, Keyleth.
I will say for the
I take it back about your
purposes
breath.
of this, everyone roll an investigation check.
Everyone who's going upstairs?
Everyone roll an investigation. This is
Natural
your
20.
investigation.
28.
14.
Okay, the three of you going upstairs, you find no further traps. You go through the rooms on the top floor. You find that where previously most of them were empty, a lot of them have been furnished now, but most of the furnishings have been untouched. Like the house was being set up to be almost like a summer home or a side home for
No signs of life.
No signs of life. Everything seems to have the same layer of dust that you found on the floor of the foyer. There is no real wealth being kept here, because that's probably what you're looking for. It looks like whoever had intended to, this collector, hadn't quite gotten to the point of wanting to move any of their fortune or their masses into the upstairs area.
All right.
But it has been largely untouched for a number of months.
So we go down.
Now,
We're looking for paintings,
Oh.
amazing old paintings.
14?
I was going
Oh,
to
11.
11? Grog?
Oh, 11.
Pike?
13.
Okay. You guys take a little while to pour through the kitchen. You find a basement. You open the latch and you go down and look throughout, and it smells kind of mildewed down there, but just from general dampness, almost like recent rainy weather, just kind of soaked into the ground soil there and was left to mildew a bit. But you don't find any other signs of life. Looking about all the rooms, like you find the music room. There's the main kind of living den area. Mostly, it's almost like a showroom. Like everything was set up, but then never had the chance to actually host anyone or someone to actually live there and enjoy it.
Are there any further signs, kind of like the feast of people leaving in a hurry? that like seems like someone was here and then left really fast? Suitcase
From what you can tell, the meal that was prepared, the pots and pans and stuff that were used to cook it, are currently in like a small basin that carries a little bit of still water that's just been slowly evaporating over time, with bits of dried food encrusted around the sides. The meal itself appears to have been abandoned, not in haste. There's no signs of a struggle. The fork is still resting partially in the now mushroom fungus covered pile. Even getting near it, you're still like, but there does not appear to be a sign of a struggle. What's up?
How big was the feast?
It looked like it was just made for one person.
Interesting.
Are there any like sculptures or pieces of art downstairs or like desks?
Actually, there are a number of rather garish tapestries around. One of them, or a number of them, are just of different animals running and hunting and chasing, not like in a very beautiful way, but like the kind that you'd find at an airport. Just kind of, a very
like the Denver airport.
arcade, burst of light. Like
Wow, you paint a picture there.
Yeah, they're all thematic and similar, and none of them seem to have anything better than whoever ordered them seems to like animals.
No historical acts, no mythology, nothing like that.
No, not in this current setup.
Detect magic on any of them?
Okay. You scoot through and kind of using. Do you have detect magic memorized?
No.
Okay.
I just kind of wanting to like arcane it.
Then make an Arcana check. This is to inspect and see if you see any signs of.
I'm not good at it.
Still mildly hungover.
Yeah, it's still really hungover. 14.
14. Going from place to place, nothing seems to jump out at you as enchanted or any sort of arcane nature. The only room you haven't inspected yet is the hallway across from the foyer, the one that led into the original gallery room and then into the hidden.
The fun house.
Yeah.
Let's all go.
All right.
Do it then.
That's
Should
your
we
right
check
to
the
take point.
fucking carpet?
I say yeah. Huh?
Yeah,
do a-
teleportation circle. Remember there were a shit ton of traps before we got
What's
to
up,
it.
Mike?
Well, Grog's our trap man.
Can I do a religion check just to see if there's any Vecna stuff here?
Yeah, smart move.
Yeah, make a religion check.
20.
Okay. Looking about and keeping this in mind, you don't see any sort of religious iconography, any of the artwork, any of the small knickknacks that are throughout the den. Nothing here speaks of any sort of religious connotation, or at least whoever has decorated this place did so purely out of just a visual aesthetic choice. So yeah, nothing catches your attention in this room.
It is weird. I'm going back and forth on this scene a little bit of like Matt is really not giving them anything. But also that's okay sometimes, especially because like they know where the shit is, right? They know that there's the teleportation room and it had some shit in it before, probably has some shit in it now, and they're just avoiding it. And I go back and forth when I'm DMing on like, okay, my players are avoiding doing the obvious thing, no matter what the obvious thing is, right? I've planted a plot hook in front of them, or they're aware of a plot hook, and they are actively avoiding interacting with it. Now, that could be because they're just trying to prepare. That's what I think that Vox Machina is doing right now, is they're just trying to prepare for whatever will be in the teleportation room. But if I'm Matt and I've got there's fuck all around this house other than that force cage and whatever's in the teleportation room, right? If that's the case, it's a tough decision on exactly how to interact with that as a DM. Do you just throw your hands up and you say, nope, nothing? That thing there? Nope, nothing. Yeah, this? Nothing. Do you provide flowery language, description that might hint at a clue that's not there? Immediately when he started, when he talked about these garish tapestries, like you might, that depict things like you might find in the airport, they immediately latched onto that. They're asking about mythology. They're asking about history. And he's like, nah, they just liked animals. and it's like very clear that they're like, oh. And then it feels like, can I detect? Like the moment that he introduced a piece of flowery description that theoretically within the context of a fantasy puzzle could be a component of a puzzle, like shit messages hidden in tapestries, right? That's enough of a thing to be suspicious. They all start latching onto that. They're trying to detect magic, they're trying to think through it, they want to do checks. And so you're in a real conundrum as a DM if you're essentially in a blank room. How much do you describe, right? Do you try to keep it interesting? And like I said, flowery language, these tapestries with these garish symbols, a feast set for one. I thought a great question on Ashley's part, and I actually think they got at least a teeny tiny bit of information from that. But like, how much do you give them? It's kind of like earlier in the stream, I think it was maybe Little Hill was talking about, don't tell me I see nothing. No matter how little, just tell me that, if I see a little thing. The problem with that is that if you give them something that is even potentially interesting, you run the risk of them latching onto it. It's the classic, like, you walk into a blank room and there's a chair in the middle of it. The players will spend 45 minutes trying to figure out why that chair is there, even if the chair means nothing. So there's a very fine balance that you have to strike here as a DM. And I think it's important to eventually, even though it doesn't feel great for the players, to eventually just say, no, there's nothing, no, there's nothing, no, there's nothing, no, there's nothing, no, there's nothing. Like, at some point you have to say that. The alternative, right, I think maybe the more feels good way to do this is to have some sort of pressures. Who told Mega about the chair? Hold, lol, Toto? What? I don't know what we're talking about. That is the thing that I am referencing. Hold that thought. The thing that I am referencing is from a this is from from an interview between Ryan Immel DM and Blue Hair DM, where Blue talks about how he built a room that he essentially made as a like watch post, right? And it was just like a blank room with a chair in it. Rather forget this thought. I will forget this thought. I will exit it from my brain. But let's say that there's something in the future. Take exactly what I'm saying, right? So there's that level, right? There's that level of like, eventually you just have to say no. The other thing that I've talked about before is having drivers to like push your characters forward. Having threats, having timers, having things that escalate as they interact with their environment. So maybe they, as they're kind of fucking around, they're kind of spinning their wheels, you say, hey, you guys are deep enough into the house, deep enough into the shadows to where you don't think that, you don't think that they can see you, but you do see a couple of guards poking around the outside. You realize you didn't shut the gate behind you, and they're kind of looking at the lock and kind of peering over at the house. Now that's a threat. How do you deal with that? Do you push forward into the teleportation room? Do you continue your investigation, right? I think that's the more feel-good way to push your players out of this boring environment, is to introduce a pusher. But if you can't think of how to do that satisfyingly as a DM, alternatively, you just got to start saying no. You just got to start putting up blockers in front of them. Because you don't want them to just be wasting an hour of real life time in rooms investigating shit that super doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Discord has a wonderful spoilers channel. That it does. I love how Murph on NADPod handles. Yeah, I mean, hey, if you see a DM that handles these sorts of things well, writing it down and thinking about it in the future is very good practice. Bro totally got sidetracked, which is exactly what he was just talking about. Look! Me and Critical Role are very different. I'm a whole different kind of content, baby. The side tracks are part of the experience for me. Stop being so accurate. Often does a make me a perception check, make me an insight check in dead end or wrong corner situations. And then does what? I'm going to play this, but I will read more of it. Because we got to move on.
Right.
Let's go.
Let's see.
Let's go.
All right.
Who's
Let's
going
go.
first? Pike?
Let's go.
Pike then Grog.
Pike.
Pike, then Grog.
Grog. Is there some marching order here?
This is going to
Trinket, then me.
Trinket.
Then me.
Then Percy.
Does Pike get a cloak?
I guess me.
All right.
Then Vax's wardrobe rack. Then me.
No, it's got to go behind. I have to pull it behind.
All right. So.
Do I get that invisibility cloak again?
No.
All right. You guys step through. It's a short hallway, and it leads you into a 20 by 80 long room. In here, you do see a number of cabinets. There are the ones that were left previously, actually. This room has not really been touched much since you came in when Krieg currently lived here. You can see these tapestries are much older. These ones depict more mythological moments. One of them shows like elemental creation of existence. It's almost like a biblical type, very artistic representation of the creation of the different planes. You've seen it done before.
Is that the same one that was here last time?
Yeah.
Same one, right?
Yeah, same one. You do see there are a number of small cylindrical platforms that rise up in the center of this room. You see on the first set's a series of bronze busts of a particular man wearing a cloth wrap headpiece. His features are still kind of nondescript. Like there's a lot of detail in the clothing and the kind of the neck wrap and the head wrap, but when it comes to the actual features of the face, it's very simple and plain. And
Not enough to recognize anything.
Kind of like.
No, I think Vax is there. He's just I think he's trying to take a back seat because last session he was very, very, very involved. That's me speculating, but last session he had what I might call the spotlight for a little bit, so I think he's just trying to take a little bit less of an active role. There's a tactic. There is the tactic of there is no fail, just how long it takes is what the roll decides. If the DM knows there is nothing, you can take and run with an investigation roll to say 30 minutes and 2 rooms with nada. I mean, I agree with you, Samuel, but you have to think about what the actual consequence there is, right? If the consequence is it taking longer, we just talked earlier in this stream about how time in D&D doesn't really matter unless the DM makes it matter, which kind of wraps back to the pushers, the timers. Like, what is the actual consequence of it taking 30 minutes as opposed to 10 minutes, right? You have to set up a thing where, hey, I'm going to tick this timer every 10 minutes. And, you know, after this many ticks, guards are gonna show up, right? That you have to set up some sort of consequence for that. But then, if you've set up that consequence, you're completely dead on correct, Samuel, of that is exactly an amazing consequence that you can give your player, that you can give them for like a failure on anything. Of like, yeah, they find the clue, they find the thing that they need to find, it just takes them longer and makes this consequence that's coming up that much more impactful or arrive that much sooner. So I think that it's a really good example of why you need good threats and good pushers, which admittedly is something I talk about a lot and I struggle with. I talk about it all the time because I have to tell myself the same fucking thing. When I use timers, when I use these threats and these pushers, I think my games go incredible, like so, like light years better. And the game that I'm playing, one of the 2 games I'm playing in, one of my DMs is amazing at using like timers and pushers. I think it's one of his best skills and abilities. And I think it can really give you a lot of options as a DM and make sure that your party doesn't spin your wheels too much. Keep the entire thing way more interesting. Vax the Voyeur. From Critical Role's stats, Vax owns 3 magic item cloaks. They're really making fun of him a lot for 3 whole cloaks. That's hilarious. Oh, welcome, Skeletor. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, man. I think in-character reason is that Vax never agreed to the heist. He's just here to keep the rest of VM safe. I mean, that's fair. And I mean, I think that marrying those two, right, the out-of-game versus the in-game reason is important. And it doesn't even have to be super complicated. Like, that's a pretty simplistic reason, and that's all you need sometimes. You just need to find a reason for that is plausible and makes sense. I run my game with a in-game calendar, and timeline's very relevant. That's great, Samuel. Like, if you are putting in the effort to make time relevant in your campaign and in your story, then yeah, anytime, you can always use time as a consequence then. I think it's more just that I think maybe the standard table isn't as time conscious. A lot of times because it just takes a lot of effort. But I think it would probably, a lot of tables would be better for it if they were more time conscious. I'm going to need you to hush up when it comes to cheeky references. You will only ruin future fun moments. I don't know what cheeky references there are, but I will try to just let them go over my head. But also, I mean, fair enough for Fanlair. But yeah, and for people that don't know, ! Discord, if I can find where the heck my chat is. Discord has a spoilers chat where lots of people get together and talk and theorize, and it's a good time. I have an in-game custom calendar that I use for my world, and I have a timekeeper players, which is really helpful as well. Oh my god, I mean, I think you guys are doing great then. I will say that, you know, for a calendar on the order of days, I think that the difference of 10 minutes versus 30 minutes, you know, still takes active management. You still need to have a kind of in place, in the moment reason for why 10 minutes versus 30 minutes is a real factor. But I think that you guys are doing really well to have that sort of in-game calendar system, because then downtime is something that you can work a lot more easily with, and multi-day dungeon expeditions can be a real difference maker. So that's really cool. For the Foundry homies, there's a free and easy module implementing an in-game calendar and weather generator. Ooh, that's neato spaghetto. I really need to check out Foundry. I downloaded it, I did the tutorial, seems dope, but I haven't put in the time and effort to actually like get it set up and figure out how to like send out the links and host the server and forward the ports, which I can. I can do all of that. I just fucking haven't, and that's on me. But I have put time and effort into Roll20 at this point, but I really want to get onto Foundry at some point.
God of secrets. No.
No. I'm actually going to ask you all to roll a history check.
Oh, always.
Yep.
Come on, meteorite.
Wait.
22.
26.
Alrighty.
Nice. What is this, a history?
History,
20.
Or herstory.
21.
Horsery, personally.
Alrighty. So, glancing at this, the three of you don't recognize the face at all. And the best you could recall is there have been tales in a far-off continent called Marquette, which is a largely desert landscape. The few bastions of civilization that exist in this desert, there is one that is a central town, referred to as Ankarel. You've never been there, you've heard of it, and it's this little oasis in the center of this vast desert.
Oh, wait. Yeah. That's where Risco was gonna go.
It's also where Jarrett is from.
Jarrett's a mole. Kill him.
And you've heard that the city has been lorded over and run in a very benevolent way by an individual referred to as Jaman Saord. Jaman Saord. The city has existed for about 400 years. And since his existence has been run by Jaman Saord. People don't know if he's human, what he is, but he's apparently...
Yeah. Ruled over in a hyper-benevolent way, my left ball. I don't trust this Jaman as far as I can throw him. Say it with me. We don't trust this fella. For my book club homies, this is just Teravangian all over again. I don't even want to look at this guy. I don't want to look. He's human. He's a vampire. I don't care what he is. Yeah. Megan's Travis's pause picture. Precisely. This Broham Joham is going to be exactly like the Sphinx in Vasselheim. But I think, ironically, the Sphinx is getting the wool pulled over their eyes. Whereas this Jaman fellow, I think, rather than, bear with me, right? So, Riskel, he's blood of Vecna. Other person in Whitestone, also blood of Vecna, right? We are his blood. It was the guy that always sounds like Anders. Professor Anders, also blood of Vecna. So multiple people can be blood. Makes sense. There's a lot of blood in a body. However, they were sort of lower level little people, little fellas, right? So the Briarwoods, right? Delilah. She's like, we broke the world. I broke the world for you, Silas, right? So she gives something to Vecna. She gets something back. She got Silas back. Silas was raised from the dead, made into a vampire, right? Very powerful vampire. Delilah's a very powerful wizard. However, let's say that you aren't two super hot, sexy individuals that have a love that can transcend death, right? Let's say that's not you. Let's say you're some sort of local warlord or local mayor or governor of, say, an oasis town on Marquette. And you become in contact with Vecna. You don't have a super sexy dead partner to revive. So you're going to Vecna for something else, right? He's saying, like, no one knows if this Jamon fellow's human or not. That's because he ain't human. In the same way that Silas was transformed into a vampire, maybe Jamon's also a vampire, but I think it's a level above that. I don't think he's just a vampire. I'm calling it because Vecna, I think, is a very powerful lich, from what I understand. But then Matt's also, I don't know any of the Vecna lore, right? But Matt is where he tried to become a god, and people still think he's a god, and maybe he kind of is a god. So he's more than a lich, right? Which would mean that he could probably make other people into liches, no? He also sounds like he would make a very good undying warlock patron. No? So I'm saying this Jamon fellow, maybe he's a very high-level warlock, but I'm thinking he's a lich. He's a lich. Because they're like, we don't know if he's human or not. Vecna equals Voldemort. Right. So I think that's the end of the theory. I think we're going to encounter people that are doing something for Vecna. The Briarwoods were trying to open up this little orb on Winter's Crest. Who knows what that does? I think it's like a teleport connector beacon thingy. They were going to open that up on Winter's Crest. Maybe Jamon had the exact same, goals. But the fact that Riskel was going there, there's something to do with Vecna over in Marquette, over in this oasis. And I'm thinking Jamon, because he didn't have something external that he wanted, he was now made into the Lich. A Lich. That's my guess.
He lived that long.
How long? I was right.
400 years.
400 years.
But the most that you've heard about Jamon is human, but his...
And I just realized that I didn't read any of this. We trust him completely, actually. Lol. Yeah, right. Has a character been introduced that you haven't immediately suspected? Wait. Let me think. There's gotta be one. The guy in the teleportation office at the university, I thought he was probably fine. So, that's, oh no, I did suspect Allura for a little bit. Oh shit. Yeah, I got nothing else for you. That's about it. Still missing the foot of Vecna. Yeah. We're quite behind schedule at the moment. Are we? How much left do we got? We got 33 minutes. We've watched about 45. 45 took us 3 hours. So, I mean, we're on track for like a 5 or 6 hour stream. We're fine. Commit crimes to get hot vampire trophy husband? Exactly. But if you don't have a hot vampire trophy husband, then you need to get hot and lich. Well, no, liches aren't hot. You need to get powerful. If you don't want to be hot, you might as well have power. Is it an insult I didn't know would hurt me? What can I say, Samuel? I'm sorry. Motherfuckers really thought they could ponder the orb with no wizard on the vampire team as SMH. The theory craft, yeah. Jamon, Ham Jamon is the smoked thigh of Vecna. I think Archibald wasn't an immediate suspect, according to Detective Mega. You know, I don't remember who Archibald is. Oh! I actually don't think he was an immediate suspect. I thought that the people around him were playing him, and I was actually right. I was just on the wrong side of it. Yeah, so that's actually true. Archibald, I think, is the only one that was relatively clear. Guy at teleportation office is Vecna. No! Why isn't everyone just hot and powerful? Are they stupid? Oh my god.
Features are hard to make out. Like, even to look into his face, it still seems like you can't focus.
That doesn't sound good.
What?
That's as much as you can assert. And those thoughts come to you three, and you see this bust, these series of busts that seem to depict this individual. And
peace out, Lark. See you later. Thank you for joining. I'm sorry. So, okay. So now it's not even really a theory, right? This is just a fact that Jamon is sus as fuck. But it's just how sus. Like, you can't look at the guy? Come on.
best to your knowledge, that's probably an artist's depiction of Jamon Saward. Which you've never seen in Tal'Dorei, anything of this type of construct.
But we know that that's where Riskel wanted to go as well. I'm going to pull out the symbol of Vecna that I took off of Riskel.
Okay.
I feel like we might have... I feel like that's not also the first time we've heard of Ankarel.
Well, Jared's from there.
I feel like even before then, like maybe a long time ago.
Can I check the traps while there's
Marquette is the continent, correct?
Correct, yes.
And Ankarel is the city within the continent.
20.
It's like a desert.
Also, one of my very first custom magic items that I ever made for one of my players was for my rogue. I made a mask that essentially did that. Like made it to where people's eyes just like didn't want to look at the mask or the face or whatever, gave people disadvantage on perception checks to perceive him mechanically, but narratively it was like, oh, their eyes would just avoid the mask, which sounds very much like what's going on with this fella. Like whenever you try to look at him, your kind of eyes slide off, which I like as a feature. The main way that my guy used it was to impersonate people. So people that knew what his real face looked like, he couldn't disguise himself because they got pretty infamous at some point. And so he couldn't realistically disguise himself. And so he would use the mask to impersonate, waitstaff or guards or whatever. And I'm really curious to see if Matt uses this dude in the same way where, yes, Gray Fox vibes, exactly. That was exactly what the mask was based on, yes. But I'm wondering if Matt is going to use this to be like the guys all around. Like, if like this guy goes out in plain clothes all the time. And okay, big prediction, right? Dice tell the story, am I right? I think they're gonna be walking through the town square, minding their own business, minding their own beeswax. And they're gonna feel eyes on them. And they're gonna be like, huh? Everyone roll a perception check. Everyone rolls perception checks. Maybe they roll great, but no dice, except for one person. Maybe this is even the second time this has happened. That's my real theory. They've already had the perception check that led to nothing, and now they're on edge. They know that somebody's out there watching them. Second time this happens, they all roll like shit, or maybe they all roll great. Doesn't matter. One of them rolls the nat 20. And one of them will perceive Jamon in plain clothes, but they won't know it's him. They'll just know it's a dude you can't look at the face of, right? So it's like, okay, does Jamon have fucking agents that have the same feature as him out in the crowd watching us? I don't think that's the case. I think that Jamon just goes out in plain clothes because he knows that no one can fucking look at him. No one will know who he is. All he has to do is change his outfit, and that will be like a whole thing when they go to this Marquette Oasis. And I'm making a big leap in assumption that they even do that shit in the first place. But that's my prediction. Did you ever look into the false Hydra? I did not. I did not, but I will put it on my list because I not only heard good things about it midstream, but then in the comments, people were like, oh, false Hydra's so sick. So let's see. Stream takeaways. Look into false Hydra. Make that a term. All right. There we go. As a socially anxious autistic, I would totally fail to notice this character trait the first half dozen times I met them. Nice, hell yeah. Yeah, it sounds like some Stradvon Creepovich type of shit. Fuck yeah. Down to the town square and just after the party made a purchase of beeswax. Exactly. I just have the oracle within me.
Continent, the whole continent is like desert.
Desert mountains.
So it's like Australia.
Okay.
Looking about, there are no traps in this room. It looks to be pretty clean, pretty clear. Also, see on the pillars, there are a few other things. There is a golden tea set made of pure gold on one of the pillars. There is a very old-looking set, not complete set, of ivory carved dominoes. There is a human skull, humanoid skull. It doesn't quite look human. It looks elongated and the teeth are sharpened. It looks almost elvish. With one eye socket has an uncut rough emerald embedded in the socket.
Which one?
The right socket.
It's pretty freaking cool sounding.
That's straight up Goonies.
Yeah.
All right, stream. I'm running my first legitimate poll. Unfortunately, Twitch, I only want to run it once, and there are more YouTube viewers, so YouTubers are the only ones that are getting it. YouTube, you have to pick one of these very obviously cursed items to take. Which cursed item are you taking? Imagine you don't know what they do, right? Imagine. I know that you might. Are you taking the skull? What is it? Dominoes? It is discrimination, Timpanist. Sue me. Actually, don't do that. I don't know anything about the law, so you might win. And I wouldn't like that. It was the skull, the dominoes, the tea set, and the bust. Tea set and the bust. All right, vote on which very clearly obvious cursed item you're taking. Me personally, I think I'm a dominoes guy myself. I think if I were in this situation, I'd be taking the dominoes. But that's because it sounds like it's gonna make me money. It sounds like it's like something that I can use when gambling that fucking like stabs me in the chest and I take damage, but it's gonna help me cheat in all my gambling games. That's my thought process. Discrimination. My new theory is that Mega is a reincarnation of Apollo. I don't know enough Greek history to understand that, or mythology, I guess. Fear of losing, not being unlawful. Marquette is actually based on ancient Palestine. Ooh, interesting. I mean, I guess that makes sense given the general descriptions we've received so far. Fair enough. Reminds me of Cabin in the Woods. Tea set, dominoes, skull because I want a friend. Skulls are cool. Dominoes, a cooperative cursed item for the whole family. Exactly. No one taking the bust, which makes sense. I wouldn't take it either. Skull is topping it out with 45%. Then the tea set and the dominoes lovers are taking up the rear at 18%. I guess chat wants Caesars if I ever order pizza. Good to know. I was curious. A bust is a bust.
Is a mostly a very old looking set.
Good first poll,
of,
everybody.
Ivory carved dominoes. There is a human skull, humanoid skull. It doesn't quite look human. It looks elongated and the teeth are sharpened. It looks almost elvish. With one eye socket, has an uncut rough emerald embedded in the socket.
Which one?
The right socket.
It's pretty freaking cool sounding.
Also, the right socket. That's left eye thing is that's a Vecna thing, right? The left hand and the left eye. So I think the skull is a Vecna thing. I don't know about the rest of this shit, but
Yeah. This place has been pilfered before, and
I'll
no
go
one
over
took that.
to
No one took anything?
the dominoes.
Apollo's the Oracle. I see. Well, I do love building the Oracle in both Civ 5 and Civ 6, so maybe your theory has merit. Interesting. That's your right eye, though? This is my left eye. My camera is flipped. It's also why this is my left hand with my wedding ring on it. You could get very dark, could get pretty sexy. True.
I'm going to examine the skull.
Okay.
I'm gonna help Percy examine the skull.
Okay. Are you just taking a look at it?
I'm taking a look at it. I'm checking to see if it's attached to the. It's sitting on a column. At the
It's sitting on one of the columns. Yeah, it's part of the collection. This is
Seeing
like,
if it's attached at all, and then very gently turning it if it has not. If I don't see any.
As you kind of reach out and take it in its weight, and you lift it off the cylindrical
no.
pillar.
Yeah. I wasn't quite. I was just going to turn it.
Well, as you turn it, it turns freely.
All right, I give it a little lift.
All right, I do.
Pillar, and on that, as you do that,
Here's the boulder.
Thank you,
nothing
Percy.
happens. It's in your hands. However,
Everyone dies.
yeah, it's heavier than you expected it would be, and
Oh, God's going to talk to me.
there's a part of you that just kind of like a slight cold chill runs down your spine.
a recognizable cold chill or a brand new cold chill?
Every person has that little part in the back of their head that says, "This probably isn't a good idea," but whatever.
I hate you so much.
So you're holding it in your hand. What do you want to do?
I'm a little evil magnet. I know. I'm checking. Is the emerald set, or is it the emerald just? Is it set in the socket, or is it removable?
It's set in the socket actually, and the emerald. Go ahead and make a perception check.
All right. Natural 20.
All right. Glancing
baby.
into the socket, you can see the emerald is actually set within the socket. It is set with meticulously jewel crafted gold inlay that actually kind of almost like a very deep set filigree that binds it within the socket itself. Like it's very deliberately placed. And the craftsmanship of the very, very fine gold filigree, and yet the uncut nature of the emerald seems strange. And as you inspect the emerald itself, it seems almost like while the gem itself is stationary, there is the ever so faint image of movement within the gem, almost like a freshly disturbed pond, like a slight ripple of the surface of water. There is just ever so slowly shifting within the gem.
I think I found something evil.
Maybe you should not be touching it.
Yeah. Can I do like a nature check to see if I can recognize what kind of skull it might be?
Sure.
17.
This skull does not come from any beast that you're familiar with. You've not encountered a creature of this physiology, and it definitely doesn't come from the realm of nature from your understanding.
Pipe, don't you think you should have a look at it?
Yeah, can I give it a... What do you see inside the gem?
It's like a ripple, almost like a pond, that's just gently disturbed. Oh, I have a thought.
What?
Yeah.
This is precisely the sort of awful thing that I would design if I wanted a way to look into a hallway.
Oh.
I'm going to place it back on the column, facing the wall.
Okay.
Pike, do you want to look at it further?
Yeah,
Or?
can I give it a look? I kind of want to look at the tea set.
I know, I want to go look at the tea set.
Let's look at the evil skull first.
Okay, so
Can I do that? Yeah.
what are you trying to check about the skull?
You know, even if that's not the case, that's a great idea, Taliesin. The skull nanny cam, that's kind of a hype idea. That this gem is like infused with like a permanent scrying spell that, goes one direction. Or like it's a permanent arcane eye or something that it's enchanted with. That's kind of a fire trap. I like that a lot, Taliesin. I have no idea if he's right, but that's a good idea if he's not. Taliesin likely owns one IRL. Skull Eye Hot Top Demiplane, trust me, use it.
I don't know. Like I don't know what to check.
If it's evil.
Is that like an Arcana check?
It's
or?
definitely
Depends on what nature you're trying to ascertain of the skull. You're trying
Yeah,
to
I mean,
figure
I
out.
want to check if it's evil, but I don't know.
unquestionably
Seems like it
evil.
I mean, we've been talking about
There are spells called Detect Good and Evil.
some fucknut with one eye. I feel like.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Vecna?
Yeah, I
It's
feel
the
like
left eye.
Well,
It's in its right eye.
all right.
Still,
yeah, but
and its
still.
left eye is empty.
Yeah, do detect good and evil. Let's be nervous.
I have it. Let me do that.
Get memorized?
Yep,
Okay.
it's right in here.
All right. So, as per the spell,
As
the
per
rules up
the
here real
spell.
fast. Because the question comes up often. If you want this app on your phone, it's called Fight Club 5. Nice in store for free. You have to kind of do some updates and uploading of your own. You'll find information on the web on how to do it, but that way you know and stop
I'll tweet
tweeting
him
me.
about him later.
I don't mind. It's fine. All right. So, all right, Detect Good and Evil. You're going good. All right. So you take a moment and you focus. And by the way, this is a concentration spell. Doing this will get rid of your spirit guardians.
Okay. I
Okay.
think that's okay. I think that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so as the orbs that have been rotating around for the past, it's been about 10 minutes, they probably would have faded anyway, gently dissipate, you focus your intent on the skull. And this object, while it is not a desecrated object per se, there is an essence within inside that does not strike you as moral. There is something about its very nature that does give you pause. You're unable to ascertain the nature, given the fact that you would have to take some time with it to really do so, but you get the feeling that there is some power within it, but probably not the kind that is very fortuitous for someone of your persuasion.
Okay.
It was a long
I think it's bad.
You think it's
Let's
bad?
let's have it face the wall. I don't want it looking at us.
Okay.
Can I go take the top off the tea set and look inside?
You go ahead and pick the top set, look inside. It is empty. It is polished, and the light that comes in from the open top just kind of refracts the image from the outside of the tea set, and it's just beautiful craftsmanship. The actual gold itself is very smooth on most of the tea kettle itself. All the cups themselves all have very, very intricate scrolling on them that have been hand carved in. It's a beautiful set. This is like a royal gift. This is something that people who trade across political boundaries use to send goodwill to the other side. This is probably worth quite a bit.
Is there any stamping on it to like show who it's from or anything like that?
You look on the bottom, and it has the initials LM.
LM.
Love Machna.
The street cousin of Vecna.
I would recommend that if we are going to purloin things, we should do it on the way out rather than the way in.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, are the dominoes just like on a table?
Yeah, there's some of them are set on the side. There's a stack, and then a few of them are set up. It's deliberately placed in like a nice presentational, like QVC style. Turn it and look at all the cool dominoes
I'll
type.
grab the table and I'll shake it.
Okay. All the dominoes scatter and fall off the sides. Clinking on the ground. Some of the ivory chips a little bit on some of the corners. Nothing bad seems to happen.
I think it's evil.
It's dominoes, of course it's
I'll
evil.
reach down and I'll pick up one of the ivory die.
It stands there, cold, against the very well. You taste it. As your tongue touches the ivory of the domino, it tastes somewhat salty.
I believe it tastes like a domino.
Okay. Can we go look at the teleportation thingy now?
Let's go down.
All right. You guys make your way to the far back wall of the room, and there is that same tapestry that you saw before. It depicts a large storm cloud that is roaring over the cliffs.
I'm just going to peek behind the tapestry.
There's a door behind that.
You open the tapestry, and it's just a flat stone wall.
Okay, nothing there.
Are you sure?
I lick the wall.
Okay. As you lick the wall, your face passes through the wall.
Isn't that the same doorway we found before?
Yeah, we've already done this once, you guys. It's not crazy.
I forgot about that.
Not short-term memory.
Where'd my face
It
go?
was just like this last time, except there was brunch. That's all I remember.
As your head passes through, you kind of look about, and you can see stairs that descend for about 40 feet into darkness.
I grab Scanlan by the scruff and pull him back.
I thought we accidentally found him.
I start. I grab my sister by the ear behind
Oh,
me.
ow,
and
ow,
start
I'm
pulling
laughing
her
so
down.
bad. So wait. There's still a tapestry in front of it?
Yeah, there's a tapestry in front of you.
Can I take the tapestry off?
You can, yeah.
Wall? I kind of want to like take it and kind of put it over my shoulders and jump a little.
Like making a parachute?
Yeah.
Okay.
See if
Is it flying
Get
in
it
the
go.
tapestry?
Okay, as you take the tapestry and you put it around, you grab on the ends of it and you jump in the air. It jumps with you and lands with you. It's a very heavy tapestry. Most tapestries, the amount of craftsmanship that goes into it, the material, this one in particular, it falls very, very heavily against the wall and doesn't really gather
In
any
her
air
defense, the
or...
last time she tried this, it did fly away.
Yeah.
So like
Good
it's not a
try.
flying tapestry.
Good
so.
try.
Maybe
try.
just put it over top of that skull and keep it hidden for now.
Okay, I take the tapestry to put it over the skull.
Okay. As you throw the tapestry on top of the skull...
Oh boy.
Nothing.
Skull explodes.
It's fun to mess with you guys. All right, so you guys progress down the stairway?
Yeah.
Perception check. Perception check.
Perception check.
Stand back.
Oh God, really?
20 for me.
19.
The light. Glancing in the next room, and this is a small chamber you guys have seen before.
Need to try it from the roof. That's called the Peter Petrelli. And then Keyleth will but Keyleth can't do it. It's got to be either Vex or Vax, and then the other one, it turns out, can actually fly.
It's about 30 feet across. On the
O2.
far end, there is a small circular stone platform about 6 inches thick, which has deep inset runes carved in a circular pattern across it. It's less polished than the ones you've seen at the Lyceum in Iman, but it is definitely the teleportation circle you took to the cavern that housed General Krieg, where you had your encounter.
And the last time we were here, I found a safe path through. Do I remember it?
You actually distinctly recall the pattern, to the best of your ability.
Up,
you
down,
think?
down, left, right, left, right.
Now, I want you to go ahead and make a wisdom check.
All right.
You have advantage.
Thanks.
No, wait.
No,
No,
saving
saving
throws.
throws. Never mind.
Oh, then
You
that's
don't.
terrible then.
Use luck.
I could use luck, yeah. Ooh,
Yeah.
20.
20, yeah. You recall the exact pattern through. Leading the way, stepping from stone to stone to stone, you guys following his pattern, you managed to make your way, all of you, including Trinket, who has to...
Yeah, it wasn't nice.
He remembers.
Dude, I've had this idea. So I read this book once. Oh god, let me find the exact. No, I remember it. I remember it, I swear. Dungeon Born, and there are two main characters in Dungeon Born. One of them is an adventurer, and one of them is a sentient dungeon named Cal. And the main thing, ever since I read that book, I have always wanted to make a repeatable dungeon for exactly this sort of thing of like making like player memory and like player note taking and like rolling to see if you remember shit. More common, basically a Metroidvania sort of feel to like some like mega dungeon that the party goes in and out of very frequently. So they maybe unlock new parts of the dungeon, but to get there, they have to redo old parts of the dungeon, and maybe the old parts of the dungeon, like, will reshape themselves occasionally, like, maybe every third adventure or something, just to fuck with the adventures. In Dungeonborn, there's a whole economy aspect to why adventurers are going into these dungeons over and over again, and vice versa, why the dungeons continue to get bigger and more difficult. It's an interesting read if you ever pick it up. But I've struggled to think of a good like lore reason that where I can like really craft this concept well. It's been floating around in my head for a really long time, but if you guys have been hanging around for a while, you might know I'm really into exploration. As like a general concept, world exploration, discovering new land features and towns and peoples, and so I struggle with that within the mega dungeon. Probably a lot of because I've never really played many Metroidvanias. So I'm really, that's a concept that's been floating around in my brain for a long time. And maybe if I continue to do this for long enough, I actually will make it. But yeah, I'd really love to make that someday. Of this dungeon where, you know, taking notes, knowing how to get through certain parts of it, would be very similar to this, of like Vax just remembered the pattern, you know? And if you're committing to that, you're committing to a single mega dungeon as a DM, you can put a lot more effort into those things. So instead of it just being like a generic pattern that Vax remembers, but you and me and Matt and Liam, you know, we just abstract it to there is a pattern. I don't need to like actually draw it out for you. But if it's a mega dungeon that you're spending a bunch of time and resources on, because that's where the bulk of the campaign is going to be, you could actually make it like a physical puzzle or like a drawn out thing that has like a very specific pattern that people have to take notes on and shit like that. Could be really interesting, I think. Also, no one mentioned it unless I missed it. Skull is clearly the skull of Vecna running D&D joke. Not aware. But maybe. I suspect it might have been the skull of Rahul if they'd only scratched the surface. No idea. I was going to ask if it was about someone born in a dungeon, but that tracks. Yup. D&D roguelike? Yeah, kind of that feel. Exactly. But, like, maybe you don't have to die. It's just designed around, like, the dungeon evolves as you level up. But that's hard to make repeatedly interesting. So, like I said, floating around in there, but I'm not sure about it. Some time loop rooms. I've always wanted to time loop shit. Yeah. Lore reason, Q just having some shits and giggles. Look, that's the fucking next gen cop out answer for everything. It's a magical trap, or it's a place cursed by the gods, or there's some extraplanar anomaly. Yeah. There are certainly ways to justify it, but I've never played it out long enough to really flesh out why does the party keep going back, other than that they know that that's what I want them to do. Like, why do they keep going back? And how do I make it interesting for them to keep going back? Because the thing that I'm wanting to capture is distinctly that maybe they don't have to, like, resolve things, but then sometimes they do. And so it's like, how do you balance that and make that fun? It's a big challenge, which is one of the things that excites me about it. John Delancey DM, don't know the reference. Maybe it's a prison of some powerful creature that can only be contained in an ever-changing place. Ooh, there's something there. Yeah, I could see that. And then how do they? Could even be an evil prison. It could be an evil prison that has contained a good guy. And so that's their reason to go and break them out. But then that's like a very MacGuffin type story where, like, I'm telling you want to break this guy out, and the only reason you want to is because I'm telling you that you want to, right? That's like, I don't know about that one. But I like the general concept there of it has to be ever changing because there's something intelligent that is being blocked by the ever-changing nature of it. That is interesting. Golden Skull of Raoul is a recurring gag. Oh, from the sketch and D&D channel VLDL. Gotcha. Riffing on the fact that we, the chat, have been calling everyone different parts of it. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Tower of Gods kind of has an interesting you have to climb vibe that could be insightful. It's an anime and manhwa. Okay, maybe. This is slander of the noble clan of MacGuffin. Look, to be serious, I think the reason this works is they don't go into it the first time thinking there'll be a test on this later. If you go in over and over, it'll be very easy to game the system. That is another issue, Sputnik. It's a very good point of... Yeah, like it's a concept that I think is so interesting, but very difficult to, like, actually make interesting. Because you're totally right. Like, the reason that they weren't taking notes on this, or that it's interesting if they do or don't remember, is because they were not told, you need to remember this. They weren't shooken on the shoulders beforehand. And if the entire concept is remembering it, then that's not very hard. Yeah. Maybe it's some ruins of some old-ass nation that was built out by new people? Maybe. And I mean, there is that level of, like, there's arcana tech that's in there, and it's valuable, and there's loot, and there's gold value in there. But is that interesting? I don't know. Also, the dungeon is a mimic. Fuck yeah. I want to make big mimics. Dude, I've talked about big mimics several times during this series. I love me a big mimic. A ship mimic. A bridge mimic. Ooh. I love me big mimics. So I'm down to have a dungeon that's a mimic. I could see a mega dungeon that's actually an ancient mimic that's awakened to the point that it's very lonely, so it wants adventures to keep coming back. Possible. I can think of a lot of reasons that the dungeon would exist, But why? How do I make it interesting for the players? That's the big, you know? That's the big driver that's like, like, how do I make repeating this over and over and over actually fun? And the answer might just be that it's not possible, honestly. But it's a good challenge. Maybe a mirror of erased type mechanic where you have to know what you're looking for before you can enter the dungeon area that contains your target. Then you return as you learn of the contents. Maybe. There's maybe something there, Hans. I could see that. Planetary mimic, Ego. Ego from Marvel, yeah. Instead of time loops, life counters. Die, restart, but keep knowledge and further lives, allowing speedrunning or optimizing? Potentially. Have you heard of the SCP that's a room full of meat? I have not. I've only dipped my toe into SCP. I haven't really delved into it. I have a friend who's really into SCP. But yeah, I haven't done a lot of it to the whole big mimic point. Oh, I see. Ever heard of Balanoth? Has a feature which allows it to know the biggest desire of its victims and can create an entire environment based on that. Ooh, Balanoth. I can see what you're getting at. I can see what you're playing with. Anyways, this is something I'm going to think about off stream because this is like a goal of mine. But something I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
You make your way all the way across the room to the teleportation circle, and this is the end of this portion of the hallway. What do you wish to do?
Do we step onto it? How does it work?
I don't remember.
I think we just run ahead.
You just step onto the platform.
Wait, does it look like there's been anybody in here since we were left?
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a survival check.
Survival? Jeepers.
I'd go investigation, but survival
What
works.
in the... That's my third one of the night.
Can I do that one too? It's all like survival stuff pretty well.
Can I assist Grog in finding if like our footsteps were the last ones out?
True. I was giving this more to as a means of giving the train tracker a better look into this. I'll give you a simple perception check, as you're not quite sure.
Where's the one?
But with Keyleth's help, that will give you advantage.
11.
All right. It's hard to tell. This room itself is pretty dark. The little sconces that hold this kind of low flicker of eternal arcane light, even they're just gently flickering on the sides of the walls. And the low light is hard to make any details of the ground, and for the most part, the stonework here seems unchanged. So.
I suck.
Are we going on to the teleportation
Let's
pad
do
then?
it.
I guess so.
But I think we assume we're walking into trouble.
Trouble is our middle's name.
Well, let's think of what happened last time we were here.
There was a dragon, there was some
fought a dragon.
loot.
There was a bunch of gold.
There was a bunch of golds, and there were 3 eyes in a wall.
Saying they were coming for us.
Saying they were coming for
Didn't
us.
we crack one of them?
We did
They all
crack one of
cracked.
them. One cracked.
They all cracked.
But we weren't the...
Maybe they've reformed.
That what were
There were
those?
4 orbs, and then 1 eye showed up in one of the orbs, and then all
And
4.
one eye.
Can't we send like a probe? Can't you make a little person, a little fake little person?
Wait, hang on.
I can
Unseen servant could be useful for this. Samuel, I don't know if you just go by Sam. I talk about another concept that I would love to do an interesting time loop type story, but it's another one where it's like making repeating things enjoyable, and it's like how much do you start to abstract things? Because if you look at any time loop movie or show or whatever, you start to abstract the beginning stuff. Like, that's kind of part of the point of the time loop, is that the person in the time loop becomes so used to the loop and so knowledgeable about the loop that they can just breeze through everything. So that's been one of my challenges in just writing it super quickly, right? I tried to write it super quickly, and then I was like, I got to spend more time on this, because it's how many times do they have to complete something before you say, hey, you know it, we can abstract it? That was one of my main blockers in writing that, but it is something I'd love to write. Maybe players become addicted to the dungeon on some spiritual, psychological level, so they literally need to go back in. Oh, that works on a fictional level. And that's the really tough part. Is like, that's a good Watsonian explanation, but Doyleist-wise, like out of game wise, is that fun? Is it is it fun enough? That's the real question. Because if the mechanics of the dungeon are fun enough and your players want to go back into the dungeon, then bing, bang, boom, you're set. Yeah, you do the spiritual addiction. You've solved the in-character reason that they need to go back in. And as long as the dungeon is fun enough and the players want to keep going back in, I think you're set. So it's sort of this, it's multifaceted problem. Yeah. In time loops, players also need to really dedicate to the bit for it to work. Also true. Also true. The angle of keeping knowledge but losing XP is what I was trying to focus on, and breezing through early stuff is needed to get the XP possible in time by sunset. That's fair, that's fair. But also things like you know where a bomb is in this loop that can expedite killing those goblins for a faster run. Also true. Yeah. It can be fun if you give them some dope shit abilities while they are inside or something. Yeah. And it depends on how long this mega dungeon is, right? If this mega dungeon is 5 sessions, I don't think that's a problem at all. I'll tell you, my initial idea is a 1 to 20. That's the challenge that I am undertaking. I'm talking a 1 to 20 campaign, all focused around a single dungeon. That's where this, like, if you take it out to the extreme, it gets very challenging. But that is where my head tends to go with this. Like, I think that, like, you guys are very in a good area of making digestible little sequences or arcs for your characters, which is exactly the sort of mindset that any DM should be in. I'm taking it to ridiculous areas because, I don't know, maybe I've always had the content creator inside of me. Who knows? Every time the loop resets, the characters are a different race or class than the last iteration. There's something there, Daniel. There is something there. I could see that. Jumping in to say hi, but can't stay and watch along tonight. Can't wait to catch the VOD. Sounds good, Elizabeth. See you in the VOD. Yeah, it's big. It's big. D&D randomizer. It's a Nuzlocke, but it's... Dude, actually, though? A D&D Nuzlocke. Right, follow me on this one. So it's a mega dungeon. It's a mega dungeon. And you pick up companions along the way. You save someone from goblins. There are 3 people suspended over the lava, surrounded by magma mephits. There's a slave being taken across by slavers, what have you. And and so thank you for re-upping, Grimvane. Thank you. Oh, I don't know how many months that is. I think silver is 2 months, 3 months. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Grimvane. But so you have these companions as you go that you can you're literally describing Metroidvania. I know. But I'm thinking about it in terms of, especially in terms of like a Pokemon Nuzlocke, where, you know, no revive magic, very brutal. And so you don't have a single character. If your character dies, you just take on the role of one of the companions that you've rescued. That's an idea. Now that's an idea now. Ever read Mad Mage? That's literally what it is. Yeah, but Mad Mage sucks. You're not wrong. That's the problem. I'm trying to make something that doesn't suck. And that's the challenge at the bottom of this. What if it's an illusory dungeon created as a standardized challenge for adventurers to prove themselves on? Sort of high fantasy Kobayashi Maru? That could be interesting. But again, a little too small. Like, these are... You guys keep coming up with good ideas for actual campaigns, and the problem is that I'm asking for something ridiculous. Like, that's just a great arc. Like, doing a Kobayashi Maru dungeon arc, so sick. Like, that's such a cool idea for an arc. but it would be over too soon. Otherwise, it would get boring. And that's the problem here. The only time loop I can see running is an escalating arena combat thing where they need to optimize resources and knowledge to reach the end. True. Yeah, you're literally you could pull an Outer Wilds. You have X hours before BBG wins. You have to solve all the puzzles and find all the cool items and shit before the time runs out. Yeah. Take that arc idea, but Eldritch God make tower big. Make tower large. Anyways, this is off camera shit. Or maybe I'll do specific like dungeon craft. I mean, I want to do specific dungeon crafting streams. Maybe I'll do campaign crafting streams, like plot arc crafting streams. That could be fun.
Make a fake person to push something or lift something, but he won't be able
Can't
to
take a magic ride.
These aren't the same gyms that were holding Uriel's family.
No,
those were different.
these were Dragon Eye themed.
How I miss your damn ponies.
These were Palantirs hanging in a wall
Right.
where another dragon somewhere peeked through and was pretty
Let's do it!
soft.
Let's
All right,
go
let's
through.
just go through.
Ow!
As each one of you step on individually into the platform, there's a brief moment of the wind beneath your stomach being lifted. You feel those butterflies hit as suddenly your imagery shifts, and immediately you find yourself standing on a similar platform elsewhere. As you step off, as you feel force pushing you forward, as each individual starts appearing behind in rapid succession, immediately you notice the air change to extremely cold. You recall there's a
This right was in the mountain cave.
Yeah.
you can looking around, you can see there directly near you there are a few stalagmites with little like layer of snow and ice on it, and there is a couple patches of what looks to be bits of ice that have kind of solidified on parts of the floor. Across the way, you can see immediately a large portion of the entire tunnel has collapsed. Nice. There's just piles of rocks and stones that have filled about 65% of what was previously General Krieg, or as you found the name to be Brimscythe's chambers. All the rocks had crumbled onto where the dragon horde that you were rage looting before currently resided, now just held beneath the boulders and rocks.
Get rid of those rocks?
I might be.
There are pockets of the cave that are walkable. To the left, it ends to where the boulders and rubble has fallen. To the right, it continues outward towards the outside of the mountain, where you guys recall stepping to the edge of the precipice, and you notice that this mountain.
I really like the idea of a rock fall, of a collapse, as a sort of narrative threat to your players, right? Because if shit's collapsed once, it could collapse again. And sure, theoretically, that's possible in any cave. But if, the cave has already collapsed once, it's probably weaker. You're probably already weakened the fault lines. You need to watch out now. And I'm not sure why this rock slide is there. Maybe it has something to do with the fight that they had against Brimscythe. But I still like introducing it as a threat, because then, like we've talked about, like triggers and pushers and whatever, the only thing now, once you've introduced a rock slide or a cave-in or a collapse, the only thing you need to do to push your players forward is talk about feeling a slight rumble in the floor. That's it. Then they're like, "Oh shit! Remember the cave-in?" then they're going. So that's you can't use it all the time, but it's a good little cheat code to just like introduce that, and once that's introduced, you can use that shit for a while.
Was very, very high up in the mountain
And
range.
it can even be some of a bit of a bait, where like the rumbling, I think Matt did this in the Underdark, where the rumbling ended up being a boulette. Could be a boulette, could be an ankh, could be a ton of shit that have anything that has a burrowing speed, really. Could be a diglet, a wiglet, dog trio, whatever. So, like, yeah, anything that has a burrowing speed, or it could legitimately be that there is a risk of cave-in if they use, say, something with thunder damage, right? Like, you can really work that into the environment. You can use it as a legitimate pusher. You can use it as a fake pusher. You can use it as like an environmental hazard. Tons of shit you can do with a simple rock cave-in sort of deal. A single pebble falls from the ceiling. Oh, precisely. Exactly, Fanlair. Yeah. Resident Evil type of thread design. I've never played Resident Evil. I'm not a horror guy, so I've never played Resident Evil, but I know that they're very well beloved games. It's there so the players don't take all of the dragon's horde. I mean, fucking fair enough. That makes sense to me. But it has some other stuff you can use it for. Corpses of monsters or the remnants of a lair should have a bit more impact on environments, IMO. Not much, but stuff like that bandit can't be cleared out. Some farmers made a hamlet with the walls. Oh, yeah. I totally agree. I mean, now we're talking about, again, recontextualizing earlier parts of campaigns, which I think is a really good way to make the world feel like it's alive. And I think that it helps to combat the maybe more murder hobo type tendencies. If players see their actions having impact on the world around them, if the bandit camp that they clear out becomes a village that they can then go and visit and interact with people in, it'll generally keep them in kind of the same, at least, corner of the world, or at the very least, it'll keep them coming back to the same places. So you'll start to have sort of routes almost, and then those routes will reinforce themselves as they do more and more and more on those routes. It's not something I've ever done significant work with. I've generally made pretty clear narrative implications of why they can't murder hobo. And why they might want to stay in the same general area. I've sort of taken an alternate path towards solving that issue. But this sort of evolving design to the world is a great way to kind of naturalistically keep them in the same general areas that you've built out already. Purple Worm against a T1 party tends to keep campaign log drama. That it does. Resident Evil is not horror. It's all about resource management and the worst puzzles ever. You're selling it, Top. You are selling it. Fair enough. All I know is what young me knew, which is that it had zombies, and now that's not really my jam. The ice layer is a rough one, though. I ain't moving even on a discounted rent for the damage. Resident resource management is horror for a lot of people. Oh no, I moan in RimWorld.
Somewhere in the world where there was ice and snow-capped mountains as far as you could see into this valley of high crags.
Well, if I recall, it wasn't too far from Stillbend, right? Because Keyleth kind of recognized it as her home mountains, like 2 hours.
You recognize it as the Cliff Keep.
Right.
Mountains, which is the large mountain range to the north of Taldore, which contains Craghammer. The very south-based contains Gat Shadow. And it's where the Umbra Hills leads up into. It is. You're not where in that range. It's a huge mountain range, but it's in that range.
Is there any sign of the pile of gold that Grog started rage
Make a perception check. Make a perception check.
Everybody?
Everybody wants to look around.
23.
What have I cast? Perception?
18? Oh, mine.
I cast
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 18 on that.
17.
20.
That's all I've cast, right?
Percy, Sheila, perception checks.
Oh.
9.
Natural 20.
Oh!
Yes!
All right. The combined vision of you three, glancing about, you see there are scattered bits of gold and silver occasionally visible around the floor, but they're all independent and kind of probably thrown about during the scuffle or the collapse. You guys notice, one, there are bits of dragon bone trapped beneath the rocks. Exposed elements of these bones appear to be scraped and already sundered by somebody harvesting the remains, the long, decayed remains of Brimscythe. You also notice there are 2 tunnels to the north and south side of this chamber across from where you guys entered. They're smooth, about 10 feet in diameter, and both kind of carve into the heart of the rock.
Can I do a nature check?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah. Don't those fuckers do that type of shit? 20 total.
20? Okay. The way these tunnels...
Oh, dude, Samuel, Skyrim had the opposite effect on me. It made me a hoarder. I wanted to collect every single book and put them all on my bookshelf, and it had the exact opposite effect. Pacific Drive? I've not heard of. This is a bit of Metaphone Manlord that will probably not make it onto stream because I don't know how I'd make it interesting, but I'm actually a huge fan of driving games. I really like BeamNG and Forza and Euro Truck. I really enjoy driving games. I don't think I would be good at making them good content, if that makes any sense. Like, I don't think it would be interesting to watch me play, because they are my big chill out games. Like, I just like drive to like random locations. I'm like, huh. And reverse. and that's all I do. But I've never heard of Pacific Drive though. That sounds, I mean, any driving game sounds up my alley. That is my big, like, once I have made it and I'm like financially stable with content, that will be like my big luxury purchase is, oh my God, I would love to have a fucking wheel and a shifter and pedals. Oh, I don't even really like driving in real life all that much, although I would love to go to a NASCAR track. And like, you know, be able to drive. I don't like driving in traffic. That's the thing. I don't like driving where I'm not allowed to tap the bumper of the people around me. I fucking love Wreckfest. Wreckfest is one of my favorite games, like, straight up. So, like, I like that kind of driving where I can, like, drive according to the law if I want, but if I want to just wreck into the person beside me, I can. But that is like the definitional like luxury purchase to me is like a nice fucking driving wheel for my setup. I'd love that. Oh no, multi-stream chat stopped working. Wait. We can fix this. Back catching up. Very nice little hill, no problem. Vex looking at Vax in approval for inquiry about gold piles, true. Dude, I mean, Nat 20s, when Matt asks them to roll as much as he does, which is a lot, and isn't doing any sort of, you know, what we call like a group check, when it's all individual checks, you're just gonna get more Nat 20s and Nat 1s. I'd be interested to see on Critical Role stats what their ratio is of Nat 20 to Nat 1. I'm sure that someone is tracking it. I cannot imagine that that no one is tracking that. There has to be people. It's one thing when the scary monster thing jump scare you and you respawn, and it's a completely other thing when you realize you wasted all your gun fixing kits 5 hours ago. That does sound like eldritch horror. Oh man. I love the older Forza games. I honestly love all the Forza games. I am easy to please when it comes to driving games. I love all of them for different reasons. I don't know why they tickle me in the way that they do, but I don't know. They just really do. Unironically, GTA 5 is an amazing game to just drive around in. That is literally the only thing I have ever done in GTA 5. I've never played a single story mission. I haven't played GTA Online. I haven't golfed. I've just loaded up GTA 5 to drive around in. Pacific Drive is eldritch as fudge? What? Okay, I'm definitely interested now. Wait a second. How does that... What? I mean, I'm down, but like, what? That sounds more like a game I could play on stream. If it's eldritch driving game? That's interesting. When Forza was trying to get more realistic, not less. Like I said, I like both arcadey driving games. Like, I love going... Whenever I've been to like an arcade bar, it's a guaranteed at some point in the night. If you're out with me, I'm going to wait in line for the driving cabinets. It's just a guarantee at that point. And I like it when, you know, it's super arcadey. I like it when it's mega realistic. I'm just a fan, dude. Me, low-key concerned for the people of Chicago assuming Mega has a driver's license. Bro, I used to drive all the fucking time because I lived out in the boonies in Kansas. And so, like, I drove like 45 minutes to get to school, to high school at least, every day. And I used to drive for a bread company in college. That was like one of my jobs I had in college. I didn't drive like a truck for the bread company. I was a pull-up guy. So I would drive around to all of the different like little small towns out in like rural Kansas. And I would make sure that like there was enough bread on the shelves essentially. But so I used to drive all the time, and I fucking despise driving in Chicago. Hate it with a passion. I use public transpo whenever and wherever I can. In fact, I sold my car when we came here, and we just kept Pages, and we're thinking about selling Pages as well. Because yeah, I like taking the bus. There, you couldn't take the bus in Kansas City. There's like 2 bus lines. It just like wasn't like a thing that you could do really, unless you lived in very specific areas and were commuting to very specific areas. So that is one of the primary reasons we even moved to Chicago. Was to get more access to more public transit. But oh my God, I wish. I would love to go out to like the desert, like the salt flats, and like drive dune buggies. I love mudding. I have a bit of country tendencies depending on the situation. I love mudding. But yeah, I like driving where it doesn't matter if you hit the people beside you. Critical Role Stats RIP did do that for C1. I see, Topaz. Oh, right, I forgot that Critical Role Stats is gone now. Or maybe stopped tracking, I don't know. First big purchase has to be a board game table with all the gizmos. Oh, that's also true. That's more expensive than a driving wheel, I'll say, though. I do want a board game table with all the gadgets and gizmos. Has like a TV built in so you can play digital board as well. Oh, yeah. There's a very nice and colorful PDF with all the bars and pies. Someone put a lot of love into it. Oh, fuck yeah. We'll have to check it out at the end of the series. God, I'm thinking about Taskmaster. Season. God. Races are so fun. I build races in online and go ham. I should play those, but for a long time I didn't have the time. Now I do. Can we get Mega Predictions channel in the Discord? Then the theories can get places there for reference. Oh, yeah, sure. That's a good idea. Put that in, just so that I don't forget, put that in Discord suggestions. That's a good suggestion. I like that, though. Pacific Drive is like an eldritch survival game where you use a car to traverse an insane landscape. You upgrade your car and stuff. It's pretty cool. That sounds sick as hell. I wrote that one down. This episode is shaping up to be a 3-part. Guys! We're like 12 minutes from the end. Cool off. Oh, you know what? People might not realize. Okay. I think I'm now realizing why people keep saying the 3-parter thing. The actual episode ends at 3 hours. The rest of this is Christmas. Which I am now looking at the timeline and I am understanding why people are saying 3-parter. I was like, man, why are people so concerned? That makes way more sense why you guys were talking about it. Yeah. We got like 13 minutes left. We're chilling. I forget that you guys don't have the time codes. I'm looking at the time codes and I'm like, we're fine. That's pretty good. My first 7-way intersection in Chicago was hell. Oh my God, don't even get me started. 7-way? Oh yeah, 7-way. I live right next to a 6-way. Sucks. I avoid it at all costs. But it's also the thing that you have to go through to get to like the closest highway to like get out of town. Gross. You can rent out your parking space to another tenant. No, we have street parking. We have like a permit for our street. Wait, a 7-way intersection sounds like hell. It is indeed. And the great thing about the 6-way intersection by our house is that it's only 6-way some of the time. So it's only 6-way. Don't dox yourself. Don't worry. There's like 4. You won't even be able to get close just knowing that there's a 6-way nearby. That's the shit of it. There are so many 6-way intersections. Those are really common because there's a grid and then there are diagonal streets. So 6-way is super common. and also all sucks. And because of traffic, sometimes they will say, oh, during certain times of the day, you can't turn certain directions. Ugh. Fucking hell. I can't imagine choosing to drive here when you have the option to not. Sometimes I haven't had the option. Sometimes we gotta drive home to Kansas. That's just how it is. But every other time. Bleh. Why would you build a 7-way intersection and not a roundabout? Roundabouts take up a lot of space. I will say, I'm a big enlightened public transit pro roundabout type of fella. But roundabouts do take up a lot of space depending on the type of traffic that they have to handle. It's one of the reasons that diverging diamond interchanges for highways are really nice, because you can basically convert the existing infrastructure into a much safer structure, whereas roundabouts require you to tear out all of the existing structure and basically build a whole new thing. Now, I love me a roundabout, don't get me wrong, and anywhere that we're building new infrastructure, big thumbs up. But it's hard to replace them retrospectively. To my knowledge, I'm not a traffic engineer, I just lived with one. Multi-lane roundabouts can get pretty hairy depending on how the locals drive. Sure, yeah, depending on how the locals drive, yeah. In conversation with my partner, I realized I love games with no or just pulpy or silly plot, but juicy gameplay, and will never play story-driven games. I mean, that's fair as hell. That's super duper fair. Things like CSGO are top games because I think a lot of people are like that. I go back and forth. I like playing, I think I will like playing story-based stuff on stream more, because I think it gives me more to like interact with and grab onto than like non-story stuff. Like, I don't think you'll ever catch me playing like the finals again, even though I like the finals a lot. I don't really think I'm that type of streamer. I think I'm going to play more story-based stuff. But I do like both. 100% thought we had over an hour of CR time to go. That would be a problem for Functionist. That'd be a massive issue. Oh my god. I'm live and I was 2 hours and 38 minutes behind when I started. Finally. Fuck yeah, Ron Quixote. What's up? One thing I hate about British series is the term series finale. I can never be sure if the show is canceled or coming back in a month. I do like season. I like seasons, preferably. Roundabouts are dope, though. Roundabouts are dope. It would be cool to have a widget which continually predicts how long the stream will be based on your rate of stream to episode minutes. No pressure, not to pressure you to go faster, just a fun thing. That would be fun. If maybe on the order of like things that I'm thinking about developing, but then I need to work with the YouTube API to actually grab the amount of episode that's left, and gross patooey. YouTube API sucks. Good for you, bad for Chicagoans, yeah. When the ebook readers predict how much time reading the rest of the book will take you based on recent reading speed, yeah. No, I'm vibing with you. And maybe someday, if I got more used to the YouTube API, I'll probably have to at some point. It just sucks. Roundabouts are almost always the best solution in dense traffic areas. Certainly. They are. They can be expensive and time consuming to put in if you're retrofitting old shit and not like building new shit. Like it's really great for new stuff, but can be tough for retrofitting. I remember the first time I tried to leave Chicago, every exit out of Chicago just took me back into Chicago. Yeah, true. I heard Diverging Diamond and my ears perked up. I'm a fan. I love me a Diverging Diamond. I think we need to start watching CR in 2x. We do watch it in 2x for combats, because combats take forever if I don't. Yeah, but we don't need to do it for in future. Depends on the episode. I also have a lot more time now. I don't have a problem with making long episodes. I have a problem with making late episodes, which is why like full episode Fridays start earlier in the day. I'm going to be moving up the half episode time. Like, I don't mind having it be super long. I just have a problem with it going super late. So that is a consideration that I'm keeping in mind on like my time management and all that. But Yeah, it's definitely a consideration that I'm thinking about. I'm gonna try moving up the time and seeing how that affects things. No one gets in, no one gets out. Dun dun dun.
Are created, and you've seen umber hulks and things of that nature carved through. There is a rough aspect to that digging and burrowing process, where the earth itself has kind of an uneven, a general purpose to direction, but is in itself a very kind of haphazard, just grab and tear what's in your way type form of burrowing. These are round and smooth.
No, like scratch marks, claw marks, almost seems mechanical type of.
I'll assist in that perception check.
Okay.
Yes, Bird. Do you have something to say? Come here. Come here. Yes. I know you want to. Come on. Let's talk. Yes. Yeah, okay. Whisper in my ear really quick. Yes. No, that's the headphone. No. Take that out of your mouth. She was just being a little playful, and then she started pawing at me and immediately caught the headphone cord and ripped it straight out. Yeah, you want to talk? You want to talk to stream? What are you thinking? She's getting so much bigger. Dude, she's like 50... She's like 57 pounds now, ish. And there she goes sauntering off. Now let me re-plug in my headphones. Oh my god. What up? Ay. Interview with Bird. At least you can retrofit the deep dish crust pizzas into bed. Accurate. She's telling the stream we're hogging you. They do hate it when I stream. They're going to need to get very used to it. They've actually been getting better. When I first started, Bug hated it. Because I was just talking constantly and she kept like coming over to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? At least that's what I imagined her saying. What? What the heck? Anyways, I like living in Eastern Europe and watching USA streamers because when you guys have an evening, I have an insomnia hobby. And that is fair, Dop. And it's a lot of my audience is European. I have less than 50% of my audience is American. And so that is a big reason. Like 4 o'clock is my initial time. I might move it even earlier, depending on how, audience reception is to it. Because a giant portion of my audience is European. So I think about your guys' time zone a lot when I'm like planning out my stuff and when I'm thinking about like what I'm gonna do.
You guys can do that.
And none of us remember them from...
No. In fact, one of them is burrowing through the actual rubble on the north side by where the horde was buried.
No.
All right, taking a look. That's because it's the flat. 13.
Okay. As you step up and look about the rubble, the best you can make out is parts of the rock, and the rock here's been set since the collapse of this side of the tunnel. There are a series of scratch marks across the set stones and rocks here, meaning that some.
Yeah, Kale. Yeah, my general audience analytics here. It's kind of interesting. Here, I'll pull it up. To be fair, I've never actually looked at, because since it's a podcast, I actually could look at that. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. It actually went up in the past 28 days. So it is now 52% is US. And then significant UK, Canada, Australia, Germany, etc., etc. But I think if I go to podcasts, behind the critical eyes, audience, aha! Oh my god, for critical eyes, it is 23%. So that is what that's the crazy bit, man. So I am really aware of the non-US-ness of my audience, especially when it comes to time zones. Oh, what? Oh my god. She just howled at me. But yeah. Honestly, for real, I had never looked at this just for critical eyes. I mean, this is only for the VODs. which actually makes a lot of sense. That VOD viewership would be way up. I'm not sure if I can check out the actual live analytic. Because I don't think if I do since published, if I do 365 instead. Okay, so an actual live, including the VOD, is 61% US. Still, very big margin of people that, I'm excluding on time zones. The only thing I'm worried about with moving the start time up too much is if US-based people have school or they have work, shit like that. For a 6-hour stream, they'll get off work and they'll join halfway through. But then I have to think about the Europeans that, have to stay up crazy late. So trying to find a good time that services both well. And we will be actively experimenting with that in the month and months to come. I can tell you that.
Something large has rummaged through the rubble here. Something with.
What do you think about not updating the bingo? I feel like not enough stuff happens. Okay, the only I'd be down with it. The only issue is the current way that I have bingo implemented is if I close slobs, it wipes the bingo card. So I'm down. I would just have to figure out a different way to host the bingo, which I could do. I could do it. I could also just make the bingo easier. That is also an option. Made me want to review my privacy settings. You should. You definitely should review your privacy settings. East Coast Australia starts at 10:30. Got it. Okay. That is a consideration. I've also thought about doing restreams. I'm researching to see if there's a way that I could premiere the VODs so that they stay in the live tab, but I could premiere them at a different time so that people could still live chat during it. But I don't think there is. I don't think there's a way to do that. So I have also thought about having a megaphone. I was just talking to Paige earlier today about this, having a Megaphone Man reruns channel, where I basically grab the VOD, maybe even lightly edit it, remove the breaks and stuff, and then post that on a second channel so that it doesn't clutter up the main videos feed, but premiere those at a time zone that would be better for Australia, Asia, Europe, what have you, so that they can have a live experience and maybe even have spoilers in the chat and in the comments. Have it be a channel that I don't really look at all that stuff. I don't know. But then Paige made a good point about that splitting the audience potentially, which is a concern, especially when I'm so small that that 1,000 number is something I'm really working towards. All sorts of shit to figure out. I don't know what I'm going to do. We're going to be experimenting.
Bladed or clawed appendages has been here and has very viciously or hurriedly attempted to find its way through the rubble.
Remember the eyes that were looking at us?
The dragon. Yeah.
You also notice there are a few small. There is to the kind of immediate left and kind of northwestern side of this cavern. There is a small alcove that just disappears into the wall out of sight. It's.
I'm gonna go check that out.
That wasn't there before, or was that one there before?
It wasn't. No, that was there before.
Right,
Yeah.
small alcove?
Does it seem like this could have been made by a dragon? These scratch marks and stuff?
You dragons.
Favorite enemy.
Yeah, it's your favorite enemy. Go ahead and make. Go ahead and make a.
I'm scared of all of my 20s right now.
Come on, roll real good.
Roll that shit.
Go ahead and make a nature check.
A nature check?
Yeah, with advantage because it's.
Right.
Mushaka.
Well, this would be it's dragons or magical. This would be more Arcana, but yeah.
+2 on dragon checks. Arcana?
They're magical entities. I'll give you either or. But what'd you get? What'd you roll? Just know what you rolled.
I rolled a 16, but I get +2 on any investigation for dragon info stuff.
Okay. So these marks across could very easily have come from a dragon, a very large one. You also notice that there are elements of the rocks amongst this rubble that there appears to be soot and singe marks across it.
Okay. Are dragons known for digging, or are there certain types of dragons that are known for digging?
There are a couple, yeah, that can burrow and dig through rock and stone. In particular, the
rock dragon.
What is it? The blue dragon, one that you guys actually defeated in here, can burrow naturally, as can the white dragons. Are natural burrowers, so they're not the most intelligent of all the.
So it's either a bait that it was Brimscythe that did all the burrowing, but I don't maybe they just didn't remember. Maybe it's related to Brimscythe, like Brimscythe's kid or something. I don't know. If I can't make live based on time zone, the big point of live is to interact. If I can't, may as well watch the live VOD when it's convenient and at my own pace. Okay, that's good feedback, Sputnik. That's good feedback. So it's specifically to interact with me and less so chat. Because that was the idea with the rerun, was that then there could still be a chat to interact with. But I do definitely understand if the big draw is interacting with me. So then the rerun wouldn't be really anything. That's fair. Okay. It's good to know. Was there a way to make your favorite enemy like humans? Because that would have been cool. No, there's a list that you can pick from. I don't remember exactly what it has on it, but it doesn't have like specifically humans or anything. But anyways, so this Brimscythe stuff, because all this is from, I believe, after they defeated Brimscythe. So now the assumption is that there's either a dragon related to there's probably a dragon related to Brimscythe. So like another blue dragon, like maybe his lady love or a child or a parent. Huh. It's kind of interesting. It's hard to speculate on this one because I don't know enough about Brimscythe. Like we've heard the summary of like what happened with Brimscythe and their adventures related to him, but I don't actually know. I don't feel like I know enough to really speculate any further. Yeah.
Dragons. You also know that some of the metallic dragons also, like the brass dragon, is a burrower, as well as.
Would they be capable of making the smooth tunnels?
Not that smooth. Those come from something else. You inspect the alcove? Yeah. As you look inside the alcove, immediately you see in the shadow, and a little bit of light is coming from the outside part of the tunnel, and it is pretty obscured here. I recommend putting a torch up if you have one.
Yeah.
Okay, so spark up a torch. You inspect the inside of this alcove, and immediately you see the reflection of the light across the surface of something humanoid standing there in wait.
Whoa! And I back up and draw.
Okay, you draw your weapon and aim it, and what you can see, as you take a moment, is an older man, wrinkled in face, eyes open, mouth agape in fear, his arms out before him, back to the wall on the inside, frozen solid.
I found something. I'm inspecting him as best I can, frozen solid.
Did you do that?
No, I found this.
Investigation check.
Yeah.
It's cold-blooded.
14.
14.
Terrible pun.
It's hard to tell what may have frozen him. The temperature here is very cold. It may have just frozen to death, but the moment of him, like his face and his expression, leads you to believe that this was more a moment of duress, more immediate than a slow, subtle overtime.
Is he wearing? What is he wearing?
His clothing is very, very well made. There is like embroidery across the sleeves and the base of these ropes. He appears to have jewelry on him. He has almost not quite a Fu Manchu, but like a mustache that extends beyond here. The hair is braided and goes to his lower back. He is human, hunched, and that's about the most you can make out of this visual state.
Does it look like he might be my son?
The resemblance is uncanny. No, they're kind of being purely human and no one you've ever recognized.
I suspect everyone.
I wonder if he's the owner of the house.
Try and sleep with him, maybe he will be.
The northern tunnel, the smooth tunnel, as you inspect over, bringing your torch, whoever's inspecting the north one.
Sure, why not?
All right, you don't have to if you don't want to, but as you guys look up, what little bit of, having low light vision helps in the circumstance as well. You can see a little bit of a glistening. And as you peer into the smooth tunnel ahead of you, you can see that where the rock was burrowed through, a portion of it has opened up a pocket, and there is a small fountain of gold spilling into the tunnel.
Fountain of gold?
A fountain of
gold?
Not
like a perpetual.
Pieces of
but
gold?
like it looks like there, like whatever tore through here, gold pieces that were buried as part of the collapsing tunnel were exposed and then kind of just spilled into the tunnel.
Well, I have it.
It's a Scrooge dragon. It's a Scrooge dragon.
I go over and open it under the gold. I open up the bag of holding.
Wait. Why are we here? Why have we come here?
Yeah, remember last time
Are we just getting as much money as we can go and leave, or are we trying to kill something, or are we trying to seal this place off? Why are we here?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm with Scanlan.
There's gold.
We should definitely take that
So
frozen man
is our
and bring
mission
it
to
back
take
out.
money and leave?
No,
No.
get the frozen man.
There's a frozen man. We actually have a mystery. We have to deal with this.
What is it? Ashley, I can't hear her. What'd she say?
I think she's frozen in
The
place.
frozen man is obviously dead.
The frozen man is
The frozen
obviously
man is very dead.
Oh, he is. He's dead.
He's dead.
You
but
are
he
frozen.
might be the owner of the house.
Not freeze.
Like you're
He
frozen.
froze, Mike.
But we can still hear you, so keep talking.
I'm gonna reset you.
So
Right, because they said he was an older art collector, gray-haired man, right? Yeah, I thought that is the owner.
What elements of the
Smirking?
individual you've heard about
Okay.
does match some of the description
Can
of this
I-
individual?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes?
Yes.
I would like to see if I could cast Speak with Dead and ask him some questions.
Okay.
We might have to unfreeze him first. Well, maybe not.
Maybe not.
I'm gonna start
I can kind of, I can maybe do that.
torch heating the face.
Yeah,
just to get it.
I'll light up my fire hands and kind of start melting just his face.
Nothing around his mouth?
I don't care about anything else. Just
It would. The spell does require the corpse to be able to speak, so you
Oh,
would
yeah.
have to thaw it.
thawing.
Okay. It's going to take you a little bit, but you're using your simple druidic powers. Are you just using cantrips essentially to just, or you
My
fire
fire
hands?
hands.
Yeah. So it'll take you a little while, but you begin to thaw the corpse. What's everyone else doing?
Do we want
We're trying to get the gold out from the wall.
No, we're not yet.
I'm trying to get the gold out from the
All
wall.
right. Well, if you're going, I'm going with you to protect you because God knows trinket.
I'm keeping an eye on the south. On the south.
And just so you guys know, I can
south
move
tunnel.
Earth, and we
We're
can
gonna
move
go to
around
the
Earth.
mouth,
Yeah, out of curiosity, I'm going to carefully make my way towards the mouth of the cave and just see if there's anything
Look, I see her hands going. It's an inevitability at
And I'll
this
carefully
point.
follow.
problematic out there.
All right.
And perception check the whole way.
I'm with Vex.
You guys step along. You go with the Vex in the tunnel. You're watching the south area as they pass you, and you're currently thawing. Stricky coming with you guys, or Stricky staying with you in the tunnel?
He's gonna be with us in the tunnel.
Okay, cool. So, and you're with.
I'm with Vex and
All right,
Trink.
cool. So you start scooping the gold, and you can see now there's some of this appears to have been taken. Like someone has been through here, and it looks like there has been some attempts at looting this area. And so elements, it looks like someone's already kind of pulled in here, and there's an empty pocket there. But you start pulling gold out and kind of scooping it into the bag of holding. As you guys are walking away, you feel this lurch in the floor.
I stop.
Wait, that's not us.
But can we feel it?
Can everyone feel it? Is it?
All of you guys begin to feel like this vibration in the ground.
Okay, maybe we should stop.
We don't learn.
Okay.
We don't learn.
Whoa, faster, faster,
No,
faster,
no,
faster,
stop,
faster.
just stop.
See what I was talking about with the collapse? All you have to do is shake the floor.
It gets louder and more violent. You can see the coins like on the ground beginning to rattle and move from the
Perception check
vibration.
to tell if it's an earthquake
I
or
think because we touched his
Can I-
gold.
It
can I-
certainly
can I
feels like
check
an
real
earthquake.
quick?
Make a nature check.
19.
19.
Killed us.
To be fair, I think they're more concerned because of the burrow holes in this case. But still, same concept.
Feels like an earthquake. But
Earthquake, get to the archways! Find a bathroom.
as the shouting has happened, towards the center of the room, the ground just explodes. There is a blast of shrapnel shale that bursts in the vicinity. No one's immediately there, so none of you are harshly impacted. But at this point, you now see erupting from the ground a large form begin to just burst out of the ground.
I hide.
Pike, ask the
As
dead
it-
guy who it is.
Yeah, I take, because Pike and I are by the dead guy, right?
Yeah.
I take Pike and I back her behind the dead guy and
There you
hide
go.
it.
Okay, you guys see this form now, and the low light emerge.
What is it?
10, 15, 20, 25 feet up.
fuck.
This long, cylindrical mass curves up and then begins to shift. As it does, like a giant arm, it twists around and stares at the room. And what you see before you is this elongated worm-like structure where a giant mouth opens up with rows and rows of sharp teeth on the interior of its toothy maw. Deal with it.
Its
Perfect
purple
circumstance for the
toothy
term.
maw.
As you see, like strands of saliva pull apart, and you can see a very, very hint of color beneath the dark surface, a very deep purple tone to its thick, segmented hide.
We fought one of these before, right?
No, you have
Right?
not.
We have not. I've fought one before.
I hide in my cloak.
Yeah, he heard you.
Right now.
That's a big bag you've got
My
there.
bad.
And that's where we're going to leave tonight's
Oh,
So next week, we're going to pick up with that chaos.
no. You have to be here next week too.
Like, it's a
Delightful.
purple
Put that
whoa.
thing away. Put it back in the bag.
Okay, so this is, I will say, I personally think this is very similar to the Bahir, where personally, I would say that I think it's better to leave off at the rumbling and something bursting out of the floor. But before you can see what it is, that's where we'll leave off. Blah, blah, blah. Right? I think that, like, the big description is, like, what accelerates us into the combat. Whereas with this, we're going to start the next session by rolling initiative, probably, or something, very close to that. So we're starting off with, like, board mechanics. We don't have that narrative rush into the combat. I'm just saying. Purple worm. It's a little bit of a nitpick, but the more I'm seeing it, the more I become confident in that opinion of mine. That this is absolutely a Mercer trope. Well, it's so close to what I want. It's absolutely close, but it's off in like in a bad way to me. And I think it goes into kind of what I was talking about last episode of the concept of harmony, right? Where this is a great way to end and cliffhang the narrative really, really well, right? Like it's a great way to just boom, like big moment, big punch, that I think would work perfectly for like television, right? Where the next episode, we're not going into rolling dice and reading features on a sheet. The combat in the next episode on Legend of Vox Machina is going to be just as, narrative and visually interesting. It doesn't slow down like actual D&D combat. And so I think that when you're actually at a table, you have to keep in mind that combat is going to slow down so fucking much. And starting with it, like initiative right at the top of the session, is not a good way to boost them into it, if that makes any sense. This was a Prince reference again. Oh no. It's personally my most significant criticism of his style. I mean, obviously one that I agree with. But normal post-session jokes and cooldown. Yes. I think I have 2 more time codes. Post-session intermission before Christmas. Gotcha. Fair enough. Like, why edge your table and hype up a big event and then wait 1 or 2 weeks and sit everyone down and roll dice right away? That's sort of what I'm getting at, Perfunctionist. Yeah. I think it's a really weak way to start the next session, and I don't know that the strong end is worth the weak start. I think you can get almost as strong of an end when they don't know what the monster is, and then have the big reveal with the fucking 10, 15, 20 feet, whatever, all that, to kick off the next session. For an actual play, it gets the watcher hyped for the next ep IMO. I mean, that's totally fair. I think that you can cut that a little bit, right? Like, I think you can cut it on the mystery of it, of what is it, and still get that hype of, and now they're thinking, okay, it's something that can burrow, but it's making these cylindrical holes. And maybe you describe it in a way where, you very specifically leave out limbs, but you don't give any other identifying features. I think there's a way to leave some description on the table that you can then start the next session with to actually get them into it. I think it's harder, I will say, to do what I'm talking about, but I think it would be more effective. You can tell cliffhangers in the animated show go hard. Oh, I can tell. I can tell absolutely, because the animated show doesn't have this problem at all. Like, starting an episode with combat is dope and sick, because again, combat isn't slow in the animated show. It's just as fast as roleplay. So yeah, I am absolutely positive that they go hard in the show. It's the difference of having a D&D game where the intro is more important to hook your players and a TV show that has to end on a bang to get the audience to tune in next week. Sure, yeah, exactly. My poor little druid Keyleth will read 1-2 spells wrong and will complicate atmosphere a bit in mid-combat. Yeah. I mean, there's so many things that can slow down combat so much. Like, I think that sometimes combat gets a bit of a bad rap on, like, it is fucking unsavable, it can never be fast. Like, I think it's a bit of an easy whipping horse. Is that the phrase? But there are so many things that can slow things down. There are just a litany of things that can grind D&D combat to a halt. And so, yeah, I would prefer not to start on it typically. One reason I can think of is to give the party a chance to strategize in some event where the enemy is already known. That is a consideration. It's sort of the Game of Thrones effect. So you want them to be talking about it and thinking about it between the sessions. So that's kind of why I'm leading towards this aspect of of giving them clues, but maybe not giving them the answer, so that you can give them the answer in a big, dramatic RP fashion, and then roll initiative. I think that'd be my ideal. Again, may not work as well, but I think that would be kind of my ideal, because you give them something to theorize about and strategize with, but not quite enough to give yourself some runway at the beginning of the session. Same bat time, same bat channel problem. Sure, yeah. Druids in 5e are complicated. That they are, and powerful. So it can feel disappointing if you don't get all of the power out of them. Right? Like, let them hear the rumbling and the vibrating surfaces and conclude there. Introduce the thing at the top. Yeah, sure. Yeah. New temp job is kicking my ass and overlapping with streams, so I'll watch this stream on Saturday. Hey, no worries. No worries at all, John. You're all good. Make that money. Spoilers channel seems to suggest some people are posting spoilers. I didn't see any that were like super obvious to me. If any were posted, I did not pick up on them. I know a couple of people said hold the line once or twice, but I didn't seem to see anything major. Or at least anything that was obvious to me. Very frustrated about this on Saturday. You're all good. There's a moment, but nothing significant. Honestly, would likely be forgotten. Yeah, I can't think of anything that was said today that I even picked up on. I know their Koi references was told, and this happened just in case. Hold the line. Yeah. Koi references almost chafed me as much as outright spoilers. Look, Koi references most of the time I don't pick up on, so it's not as big for me. But that is for y'all to talk about and y'all to decide. I think. Oh wait, no. We have a time code. I was about to fucking start my end of stream speech. We have another time code. 3. This lasts until 01:41.
I think I'm working next Thursday.
Yes!
Yay! Let's do it.
Fly home.
Fly home.
We'll all pitch in. Kind of serious.
Hey, chat room, buy her a ticket home.
Oh my god,
Don't
actually,
do it here.
Stop doing that.
They're too nice.
Don't do that.
I don't know. No, they'll actually buy tickets.
All right, so we'll pick up at the start of this encounter next Thursday.
gosh.
Dude, what do you want to bet? I mean, obviously you guys already know, but I feel so confident that they made this joke about buying her a plane ticket, and Critters guaranteed donated enough to buy her a ticket, with probably during Christmas, with like the messages of here's money for for Ashley's plane ticket. Oh, $50 for the plane ticket. Like I would bet that happened during Christmas.
Things in Emerson's are fun.
How much gold did we get though before it cost?
We'll find out. We haven't had a
We'll
chance to
finish
count.
doing that once we've cut this thing up.
And that's fair enough, Fanler. I get it. Yeah, don't hedge towards the line because it kind of gets hedged closer and closer every time. I feel you.
Yeah. Some sushi.
Man, Matt knows us really well. We just walk into every fucking everything.
What are we gonna do? Walk away?
Yeah, no. We don't walk
That's what
away.
adventure is.
You got
A
to.
series of bad decisions.
And you really don't have to, but it was an option.
The danger lurks
Danger.
Ranger out to find you. What you do, just grab onto some critical rolls. Woo! All right, that happened. All right, cool. We're gonna go and get set up for Christmas, guys, so we can all get to sleep in hopefully a decent hour. So yeah, give us a few minutes to set up. We're gonna go off for a little bit, but we'll be back here as soon as possible when we're ready.
I have no idea what that song was at all. But I think that concludes the stream. Is the current plan still not to stream on Friday? It is, especially because I had a weirdly lax day today, but I have a feeling that I will get a lot of last minute shit on Friday. I have a big feeling. Oh my gosh, thank you, McKee. 1, 2, 3. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, I love the jar. But yeah, the plan is not to stream. We will be the book club will be basically the same format as a normal book club, but it will technically be the first one of the new era. So it'll be Sunday book club, and then half episode Monday will be at 4:00. I will change the world anvil, I will put out an event. I will like schedule an event on the YouTube. I'll schedule an event in the Discord because I know it's going to be a time change for people. So it'll be an hour and a half earlier than it normally is. So that'll be half episode Monday. And then probably, I don't know exactly what the rest of the schedule will be, but it'll be like half episode Monday, half episode Wednesday, 4 o'clock each, full episode Friday at noon. And then in between Tuesday and Thursday, I have some plans. Probably going to play some Baldur's Gate 3. See if we can actually get anywhere in it. Yeah. And then we'll be fucking starting. I have some plans for Unseen Campaign. I have some good plans. And now, oh my god, I had the realization that I can actually run now as many Unseen Campaign shots as I need to let everyone who is like of level play. Like I don't have to like fucking take off PTO anymore. I can just like reserve time during the day. So I'm so psyched. I'm so psyched about everything. Yeah. Mega's virginal status is kind of common good. With all the attendant coordination problems that implies. Yeah. DuckTales? I've never seen DuckTales. I couldn't even really tell you like what the deal with DuckTales is. The only thing I know about DuckTales is that oh god, what's the actor from Community? Whatever the Community guy is, he has an interview with Larry King, where he's. Are you getting food out of there, Bird? Stop it! You are not having fourth meal right now. I know that I did not set that to come out. But anyways, he's having an interview with Larry King, and he makes a joke about being on DuckTales. So I assume it was either not very popular, or it'd be like saying I was on Blue's Clues or something. I have no idea. I have no context for DuckTales outside of that interview. And knowing that guy, I like that guy. Dude, I hear how Matt is sweating. He did look sweating. 80s cartoon? I see. You don't know DuckTales? I don't know DuckTales. I was a Blue's Clues kid. Blue's Clues, VeggieTales, the VeggieTales Scooby-Doo. I didn't watch a lot of TV. I read a lot of book. I was a big reader, like a fucking nerd. Yeah. The line is the backbone of Vecca. Great stream. Oh, yeah. Thank you, McKee. Oh, wait, I already read McKee, but thank you again. So with the thumbnail background color changing next episode, any last-minute theories or predictions? That is kind of weird that the background color is changing. That is a good... I see it now. It's a good thing to point out. Related to a purple worm. I mean, the next background color is sort of magenta-ish. Maybe it's it can't be another Underdark arc. You can't tell me that, dude. I have a feeling, this is my kind of prediction, I have a feeling the purple worm corpse will have something inside of it. So maybe the purple worm is like a construct or something that was maybe even sent, because like purple worms, right? Very dune, very desert, very, I mean, they're based on, what's that mythological thing? The Mongolian sandworm, right? So it would kind of stand to reason that this could be related to the desert people. Like maybe they sent this purple worm to fucking erase the fucking evidence. You know what I'm saying? It's like they heard that Raskel died. They sent over they send over the purple worm. They say, hey, destroy that shit. No survivors. No one left behind. And now they're just arriving mid-process. Does make it kind of weird. Like, does the troop of people Is it a trap? Like, the Scanlan's old troop, are they bad guys? Because, I mean, obviously Kaylee was down to kill him. She'd certainly be down to betray him to the Vecna cult. Because there hasn't been anything, like, obviously valuable, which the characters have already mentioned. So I don't know about that. Okay, sorry, I thought I saw her having something. So yeah, I'm thinking that they're going to kill the purple worm. Purple worm's going to have a gem heart or something. It's going to have a mechanism inside of it. It's going to have some evidence that ties back to Marquette. And I think that that is going to push them on the way to Marquette and the rest of this Vecna cult shit. That's my current theory. There's the Vecna, and I'm now saying that the Vecna cult is the Wild Coven. So everything that I said about the Wild Coven, just sub out Vecna cult. And I don't think we're going to Wild Mount until later. I think we're going to do a short little stint in Marquette. It'll be a cool little desert masquerade. And then we're going to shoot guy who can't be seen in the face. And he is going to have some sort of evidence now that they know that there's a larger cult, which they didn't really know with the Briarwoods. Now they know that there's a larger cult. They're going to interrogate him more thoroughly, or maybe investigate more thoroughly his affairs. And that is where they're going to discover the evidence of shit going down in Wildmount. Maybe Seeker Assume even comes in halfway, or they contact Seeker Assume, or something along those lines. They both meet up in Wildmount. So purple is Marquette arc, and then after Marquette arc will then be the Wildmount arc. Or at least the start of the first Wildmount arc. I don't know. That's my theory. That's my theory so far. Oh my god, there have been so many comments. We're all Vecna on this blessed day. Wait, do you guys read books? I love books. I like a book. Sam was the dialogue director for the 2017 DuckTales series. Fuck yeah. Hope the last few days aren't too bad. Get it done, get some rest. We'll expect 24-hour streams. Dude, now I have actually the free time to do 24-hour streams or 72-hour streams. I have some ideas. But no, it's gonna be chill. Honestly, the last few days at work have been weird, but like fine overall. So, you know, we're getting it done. It'll be chill. And then I'll be free. I'm on DuckTales Larry. Exactly, Perfunctionist. That interview. That one. Yeah. Danny Putty. Pooty? Probably Pooty, if I had to guess. Yeah, he's cool. Oh, hi. Yeah. I got a little bit of tongue in the mouth there. Yeah. What up? What's up? Hi. Oh my god. Bird is such a jealous dog. Let your sister in. Hi. Oh my gosh. All right, they want me to be done streaming, so I'm going to read through the column and then we're done. Let's see. I think someone typed out that quote earlier. Was I just not reading chat? Fair enough. Isn't that what Sam got his Emmy for? I keep forgetting Mega is a baby compared to me. I am a crisp, ripe, how old am I? I don't know if we're out of Aquarius yet. I think we're out of Aquarius, so we know that my birthday is past by now. I am 26. A ripe old 26. I also keep forgetting I'm old. Blues Clues was great. I agree. I'm a big blues head. Watch the opening song of the 80s version of DuckTales, though I have to wonder if doing so would get you copyright. Probably. I will watch it off stream, though. I will very much watch it off stream. As were all the spin-offs, it's Disney absolute strike material. Worm is just polymorphed Kima, as we all know. Everything's just polymorphed Kima. The real shit of this is that the world is Kima, and Kima's a mimic. It's a Kima mimic world. Didn't you know? Oh, how is he doing? Underdark 2 Electric Boogaloo. Video game music. It's I'm a giant fan of Donald Duck and Scrooge McDuck comics. I grew up on that stuff. I have unfortunately never been a huge comic head, mostly because it was expensive. It's expensive to be a comic head, and I had to spend all my money on on Pokemon cards. I was very into the Pokemon trading card game, and any money I would have spent on comics went to booster packs. So I never read many comics, unfortunately. Sounds like a nuclear mishap waiting to happen. Exactly. Yeah, it's a shame the comics aren't a thing here, but on the plus side, I can just walk up to Dona Rosa. Dude, Don Rosa, and chat for an hour with no issues. I don't get any of that. I thought you were saying Dona Rosa, which sounds like Zona Rosa, which was very, which was in Kansas City. Anyways, post-stream chat is eternal, always. Happy birthday. Thank you from past me. What do you think about Vox Machina Origins comic books? I will certainly buy them at some point. If for no other reason than to have the shelf trophy of them. But yeah, very certainly going to be a purchase at some point in the future. I want to buy them from like an LGS, not from Amazon. But I bet I could probably buy them directly from CR if I had to guess. Might do that. No better time to get into comics than now. True. Yeah. The other problem is I'm not like a huge minimalist, but I don't like having a ton of shelf trophies, and most of my shelves are taken up with board games if I do. So but I might get into digital comics. I might. That's very possible. Reading stream? I would love to do a reading stream. I have what I think is a really dope idea for a reading stream. I've actually done one reading stream in the past where I started the time machine and I got bullied off of Book Talk and Book Reddit. So I did not do any follow-ups, but I have a very, I think, good idea for a reading stream that I'm not going to leak because I know that I'm definitely going to do it. It's just a question of when. But I will, yeah. But reading streams are definitely in the future because I would love to read on stream. Problem is, you can't read anything that you don't have a public performance license for. So, like, I can't read, like, any non-public domain material unless I get permission from the copyright holder. But I have an idea. Don't worry about it. Dark Horse is the publisher. Okay, gotcha. Everyone always praises Matt for his many amazing characters, but they're all just Kima. You're so right. I think it's more impressive, personally. If everyone is Kima, then it's Kima Vecna. In this multiverse, yes. Oh, doggies. Okay, doggies need to go. I gotta go. So, I've also been getting to co-working streams, so if you ever want to turn on a stream while you do admin, possible. Very, very, very possible. Anyways. Goodbye, everybody. I need to ideate some sort of sign-off because the end of stream is always the most awkward part for me. I have no idea how to click end